Hello friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by Tiếu Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wild card qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
能不能推一下？看杰瑞这里1打2，大招拉回去，给一个强化补中，原地站撸，技能也好了。
受伤吗？
二技能配合着2段1技能收下了。
火舞在一扇子收掉。
收掉卤蛋记号，这个伤害太高了。小杨来了，小杨1这个2，再1-2下，大招。
Let's enjoy today and not worry about tomorrow.
Nothing draws a shark better than the sweet scent of blood.
4杀。这波队友都冲进去。
Always fight to the best of your ability. It's a matter of respect for your opponent.
带走了3个人，再顶一下回来一波4连超凡，我的天哪！莫斯利过来直接打收割，闪现逼出，快的这波最后一丝血还是被莫斯利给点死了，终于继续点。
If you came to watch me dance.
还要收割吗？
Perhaps you'd understand me better.
5连绝世！
what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the starlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is in our sight. It's our time to shine. Higher.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championships Quarterfinals Day 2. I'm your caster for today, Pena.
I'm your caster for today. I'm Nora. Can't imagine we're now really at the quarterfinals.
Yeah, top 8.
Top 8. And like this matchup for tonight, that's gonna be hyper competitive because both GK and also XYG, they secured their spot into the group stage by the first KP Origin round, remember?
Yeah, I remember that. Like both of them already have that experience playing best of 7. And that's gonna give them a little bit of a step forward, right? Like that gives them an advantage.
Yeah.
How are they going to face that? Are they gonna be able just to use that experience against each other? Because believe it or not, BO7 and BO1, two completely different beasts.
Yeah, we've been like through so many different formats during our format, but these two teams, they're two of those 4 teams that have done best of 7 before.
Exactly, the global ban and pick, the global BP that we're gonna have. As long as you want to win, you need to understand a lot of heroes, you need to understand the patch. Once you pick a hero, you cannot pick it anymore.
Yeah, that's what we call global BP. So actually that's going to be a huge task both on coach and also those hero pools to those players. And we've been talking about this format for so many times because once we're doing global ban pick, it's gonna make the BP as a chessboard game.
Yes, exactly. One other thing that we need to talk about global BP is the ultimate battle.
Ooh.
That ultimate battle, in the case that we make it to game 7, if after game 6 we have a draw 3-3 and we make it to game 7, then it's gonna be an ultimate battle where every single hero is available. They can even pick the same heroes.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be a blind pick, so it means that as long as I finish my composition, you still don't know what I'm gonna play. So you cannot counter me. It's a completely different game.
So that's why all of our audience and including us are so expecting to witness that ultimate battle could happen tonight.
Super excited.
Super excited, and also like for audience that may not be familiar with our format, actually when we went to that ultimate battle, our background music's gonna change.
I love how you just find the randomest details in the world.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the heroes. Shangguan, Agutuo, and Kai, right? Yesterday from the match between Wuhan E-Star Pro and Shanghai EDG.m. We had these two last heroes, Agutuo and Kai, show up, but we didn't see any Shangguan yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm sure that both Agutuo and Kai will show up tonight as well.
True.
Especially for these two junglers, they're quite different from like Jing or Lime, right? They're not what we consider as those core junglers. Basically, they would pair with Guan Yu or Ma Chao, those warriors at the top, and to form a totally different composition.
All right, so let's just develop a little bit on that. For those of you who are completely new to our game, or it's the first time that you're online just watching our stream, number one, welcome. Number two, compositions. Different heroes work really well paired with other heroes, right? So if you have a group of two or a combo of three that they work really well, Agutuo would be paired with Ma Chao and Kai would be paired with
Guan Yu.
Guan Yu, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's what we talk about compositions, having in mind those combos. How are you gonna use your BP strategy to actually be able to pick those heroes and how to ban those heroes away is gonna be the biggest challenge for the coaches today for sure.
Yeah, those tactics that they're gonna use. And actually when we're speaking to those coaches, that's something that I'm quite worried about XYG. Because due to some reason, they changed their coach for tonight.
Oh yeah, yeah,
so that's gonna be a challenge.
Tracy wasn't feeling well.
Yeah.
He was not feeling well, so they just decided, you know what, like instead of just forcing the man just to come in, what about if we don't give the opportunity to Ling? So Ling is going to be the coach today for XYG.
Yeah.
So it is important that we have that in mind. How that change of coaches going from Tracy being there with the boys to go to Ling being there with the boys, how is that going to affect them psychologically?
Yeah.
Is that going to be a very big impact? Is it going to be negative? Is it going to be positive? The only thing we can do right now is speculate.
We will leave that as a question. And also, once we've mentioned about those compositions that due to those warriors, that's something worth mentioning because both of the teams, their top laners are quite good warrior players. Baisho and also Kuxie. Remember Kuxie's Mulan?
Yeah, I remember Kuxie's Mulan.
Such a high priority in their team.
Whenever that you are in face of trouble, whenever that you don't have a solution to it, then it's important that you are able to move forward.
Oh, my friend.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome. Top 8, Day 2, FoShan DRG.GK against XYG. We're live, and these two teams right now are going to try their very, very best to make it to top 4. FoShan DRG.GK have made it there, and this is completely new. This is a new experience for XYG. Is it going to be the contestants, the ones that are going to make it to top 4? Or is it going to be FoShan DRG.GK, the ones that they're going to make it to where they're already familiar with? Yeah,
because there's no replay from now. In this stage, there's no such thing called we can do it again. This is going to be their last chance. Whoever lost it is going to be eliminated.
That's it. There's no tomorrow.
Yes. And our tournament, KIC, is the highest level of all of the series. So for these two teams, they need to fight for it because this is going to be their last chance.
Such a different background these two teams have, right? Like, it is incredible how you can start checking where these two teams were 2 years ago, right? Like 2 years ago, like these two teams were in completely different places.
Yeah, like for GK, we've mentioned they actually had several nice records in the previous series. they won the runner-ups in the last KIC, like last year. And for XYG, this is their very first journey, make it into the top 8. They're totally new to this stage because the best record that they made was only the top 4 back into our KPL series.
So imagine that. A team who's already been to the finals. A team that has way much more experience. A team whose average age is way higher than the other. That is FoShan DRG.GK. Like they're more experienced, they've been to this place, they've played way more times this whole BO7 in this patch.
Yeah.
Against XYG, who we know have that Cinderella Man story.
Like for GK, actually in the previous series for our like summer season, they got it into top 4. And in the Challenger Cup, they got it in the top 4. But for XYG, actually, a lot of people will consider them as the underdog, you know?
Yep.
Because they're quite new and not that kind of experienced. But now they're doing this uphill challenge. They're already beaten Guangzhou TDG in the first round of the KPL region, so you would never know what's gonna happen.
Well, for XYG, they better just bring their A game right now because I know that FoShan DRG.GK is not gonna be the same as Guangzhou TDG.
Yeah.
2 completely different opponents. You must come here and show us something different. Show us what you've been working on. Show us what you've been preparing. It is critical that you come in with an idea, a clear strategy if you want really to make it to top 4.
And there's another thing that was mentioning is because both of the teams, they have one similarity. They rely a lot on their status, on their current status. Whoever won the first game could do a lot of help.
All right, so let's just develop a little bit more on that idea. The psychological state of mind. The state of mind of the players. How important it's gonna be in this game. How definitive is gonna be that first game. We know it's a BO7, right? The way that you play the first game is going to show your opponent what your strategy is. So you mentioned that both of them depend a lot on that state of mind. What do you think the coaches have told the boys that's gonna let them just take that first game?
Well, first, they definitely have some, cheering up before this tournament kick off because they need to warm up quicker. And another thing, once we've mentioned we're doing best of 7, so the first game, actually, those compositions that were selected is going to be 50-50. No one would win like an upper hand in the band pick phases or what else. So it's more relies on their coordination.
It's going to be a lot about coordination. DRG.GK, so the coach for FoShan DRG.GK, you can see it on the screens right now, just going to his counterpart, XYG Ling. That man, for me, is the one person on stage right now with the most pressure.
Exactly.
With the highest pressure right now is going to be Ling.
Exactly, because we all know this moment is going to be quite important to XYG and all their fans sitting downstairs. And I, to be honest, I'm so happy to see that those audience sitting down there because they're gonna light up all of our stadiums and those atmosphere.
Yeah, believe me that it's a completely different experience, right? Like,
yeah.
I know that I am a little bit older than you, just by a little bit. When you live on that kind of scenario, when you've got thousands of people just really supporting, being there. It's a completely different atmosphere, you know? It is a completely different game.
So actually you can hear those noise made by those crowds when you're playing the game throughout those earphones. So actually that back on track mentioned another pressure that may land on Ling, the coach, because you know that you're standing on that stage, a lot of people is watching on you, you're under that spotlight, and you need to bear that kind of responsibility.
For a lot of these players, they've never actually lived through this kind of pressure.
It's been a long time.
It's been a while. It's been a while since we've been able to have audience over there for the live matches. And we know that XYG, their fans, are a very, very, very energetic bunch. I'm going to use the word energetic to try to describe them.
Yeah.
You gotta love XYG fans. Now, like, they're like really crazy for their team. They're crazy for the boys, and they're going to defend them to death. So I'm sure that right now, that whole stadium, it's at least 70% XYG fans. That's my prediction.
And for the fans from the GK side, you can see those badges holding in their hands are writing in totally different sentences. They're reminding their players again and again to calm down, do not be reckless, make less mistakes. You can saw those badges again and again, you know.
That is good.
Yeah.
That is good. Not being reckless. Talking a little bit about yesterday's game between eStar Pro and EDG.m. Yesterday's game, I wouldn't say that anyone was reckless, but the way that EDG.m played that BO7, for me, it's the best performance that I have seen them having in a long, long, long time.
Yeah.
The way that they played game 2, the way that they played game 3, taking 2 straight wins from eStar Pro, putting them down on the game. Wow. That just shows you that whenever that you're against the wall, there's nothing to defend. Just go for it. Trust your ability.
We all know that actually EDG.m showed us such a great performance, and they are also considered as the underdog before the tournament kick off. So while the same thing happened tonight, we really, expect to witness something different happen, because that's why we're being so excited about esports gaming.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen today. Yesterday's match already just showed us how this needs to be done. It just already told us how the attitude needs to be. We talk a lot about the BP, right? We talk a lot about how the coaches have an impact. We talked a lot about like how the heroes have an impact. But at the end of the day, it's the human behind that console. It's a human being, the one that has that mobile on their hands, and the human being, the one that is just showing it here, what they're made of.
Wow, for these, for all of those 10 players now sitting on this stage, we can clearly see those tense, on their face.
Yep.
Because they know there's going to be a quite crucial moment for all of them, because these two teams, another similarity sharing between these two teams is that these 5 members have been playing together for over 2 years. Both of the teams have such a tight bond and tight coordination, and they've been through a lot of ups and downs together, and they fight together till this stage. I don't know what we can say, to encourage them, because this is going to be the time they need to prove themselves.
There's nothing we can say that is going to make any difference. Believe me, there's nothing that we can say that's going to make any difference. The tension is palpable, that's for sure. And the fact that their fans are right over there, flew from different places here in China, making it all the way to Shenzhen just to watch them play, that is going to make a huge difference. All the support that they need is right over there. That's all we can say. All the support that they need is right over there. Not only online, but this time right next to them. It's not a matter of being able to hear it or not. When you're standing there on that stage, you can feel it. You can sense it. The breath of thousands of people just calling your name at the same time. Regardless if you can hear it or not, you can always feel it.
Yeah, and you can see those positioning. Actually, all of those players are sitting just right before all of those audience. One glance, they just look upon to the feelings. They can just witness all those audience.
It is a very interesting thing, right? Because for a lot of people that have never been on a stage like that, they imagine that they can see the audience very clearly. Actually, you get to see nothing. You get to see the lights, you get to see the console, but when you want to focus on the audience, it's very difficult to see them. It's almost impossible. You can see their faces as a blurry thing, but you cannot see actually their reactions, their emotions. That's why I'm always saying that it's a matter of a feeling. It's just more that sense of you being there. It's just that presence of the audience there is what's going to make a difference for sure.
Those rombos. Well, like for both of the teams, actually, I did my own prediction to their band pick thing.
Ooh, you did your own prediction?
Yeah, I did a rehearsal.
Oh, I love this part. Let's go. PP predictions with Nora. Let's go, Nora.
Actually, the first round, XYG gonna stand on the blue side, and GK is gonna stand on the red side.
Yes.
So that's gonna have some impact on their band pick strategy. For XYG, before they really prefer to have Lady Sun plus with this Zhang Fei.
Yeah.
And the problem is, it's gonna be, well, they ban away Meng Tian from the first band pick phase. That's gonna be the most crucial one. And for GK, the only question is, well, their coaches let them to play defensively for the first round. Because due to the previous series, actually he really liked to let Menglan to play defensively, use those Garo or Consort Yu, those heroes from the first band pick. But that's kinda, what influenced their mentalities. So let's just see what the coach is going to do.
Let's wait and see. That's Nora with her predictions. Donghuan Taiyi and Lu Bu are going to be banned. So let's see how GK is going to reply Meng Tian. So that opens a Gongsun Li. It opens a Shen Meng Xi. It opens a Mai Xuanui. Everything is over there for them.
Yeah, that's
Mai
what we
Xuanui is going to be the pick.
Because Mai Xuanui is considered as the most OP one in our meta. So that's gonna be the problem. Chao, seriously?
Straight up. Why not? Let's go.
They never used these kind of composition in the first one.
No,
in game one.
They know that in terms of XYG might not be able to use that much on Agudur. So in terms of that, it allows them just to leave those options open for the next BP.
Yeah.
So for game 2, game 3, game 4, I don't even think that GK is going to just ban those. It's just going to just move around to something completely different.
And if they can win this game 1 by this kind of composition, which we've mentioned, Agudur plus Ma Chao, it's going to, light them up. It's going to be quite a huge encouragement, and especially, Bai Shou is one of those players who's going to be, everyone's going to focus on him, because he's going to react a lot during the games. So after, if he got a win, he's going to have his best status, and that kind of will bring out those vibes in FoShan DRG.GK. So maybe that's going to be one of those reasons why they want to let Bai Shou, and he's quite trustworthy.
Let's see what Bai Shou can do on that. Look at that XYG just narrowing everything with a good combo of Zhang Fei with Meng Yang.
Yeah.
And the burst damage that can come from Nakoruru.
So for this composition, it's quite clear that their bottom lane is quite dominating because Meng Yang and Zhang Fei, they can win the upper hand, especially they're facing towards Marco Polo. So there's going to be no doubt that they're going to win the bottom lane. And because of those advantages that they can gain from the bottom lane, it actually can buy a lot more time for Nakoruru to farm up. And once 2 items be built up for Nakoruru, that's going to be the time for September to show up.
All right, we've already seen this. Let me just start giving a little bit of information on the 2 compositions. FoShan DRG.GK with that lumber pick, they're going to be extremely aggressive. They are going to depend a lot on what Pong Pong is going to do on that Agudur, what Bai Shou is going to be able to do on top lane, trying to get an advantage compared to what Kuxie can do. That's going to be from FoShan DRG.GK.
Yeah.
Now for XYG, they're going to depend a lot on September. Because September is going to be mobile, moving around, coming to mid, coming to top, moving to bottom, trying to allow them to get on 2v1s or 3v2s. September's items, the way that he's going to create, the way that he's going to deal burst damage, it's going to allow them just to get into a 2v1 real quick and make it a 2v0. Get in a 3v2, make it real quick a 3v1. But that's going to depend on September's positioning and his gold advantage.
So that's actually, the playing style is quite different for game 1 and for these two compositions.
Yeah.
But there's something off note that we know that Nakaru needs time to form up. So that also means actually Meng Ya and Zhang Fei on the bottom lane, they need to be quite what we call dominating. They need to.
Yep. They need to be dominant. They must be dominant over there in bottom lane. Like we cannot have Meng Ya falling early in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah.
That cannot happen. Clearly, because of the characteristics of this hero, he's gonna have that upper hand in the first minutes, right? He's gonna be battling against a Marco Polo, which is not that OP in the first stages. But how is gonna be FoShan DRG.GK going to face that?
Well,
what are they gonna do?
For DRG.GK, again, they want this Marco Polo to play defensively. They want put Marco Polo under the spotlight in the very first early game. On the other hand, they need to ensure that, like Baisho on the top, he needs to be quite comfortable.
Okay.
He needs to form up. But that's going to be the question because everyone knows that once you are using this Ma Chao composition, everyone just going to focus in on this Ma Chao, trying to block you away. Because usually if you want Ma Chao to accelerate his farming pace, he needs to have 2 lanes. He needs to rotate from the top to the mid and back and forth again and again. So a lot of brawls may happen on the top river side.
Let's see. It's gonna depend a lot on how their mid laner is gonna allow them to just get some more gold, right? How Qinfeng is gonna be just being utility, 100% utility, because Qinfeng is not gonna have much gold. He's gonna have to be giving his gold away to Baisho.
Yeah. And when we're talking about this mid lane, actually from the first minute, maybe XYG is gonna rotate. 3 people is gonna vying for that priority in the mid. And for GK, it's quite difficult for them to do that. So in the first minutes, maybe DRG.GK is gonna play defensively. So that's gonna be XYG's time to do something in the early game.
All right. XYG is gonna take the blue. FoShan DRG.GK is gonna take the red. Ladies and gentlemen, quarterfinals, game 2. Let's see what we got. It's gonna be only Ling in mid lane. That's gonna slow him down a little bit more. Look at just Lumber's rotation, straight up to the top. They know that their key to win this game is right over here on top lane.
So Lambert needs to make sure that he can gain the vision control from the upper river side.
Stumble away from that cage. I would look bad. Look at that Kuxie being surrounded by 4 people, but they don't have the damage yet.
Exactly, and since Kuxie is playing this Xiahou Dun, so he don't need to be that worried about those damage out in the early game.
At least not yet, right?
Yeah.
Not yet, like he can just go around and just do whatever that he wants.
So actually, the first rotation that DRG.GK made just helped them to cover the first engagement that XYG wants to do.
Oh, guy taking extremely low. He's gonna have to go back to base unless that he wants to take that.
No, he don't want. Baisho said, I'm gonna be the key.
September comes in, already on air. It's just gonna come in a clean wave. Keep moving around. 1 minute and 45 seconds. Very, very passive from both teams, right? Like both of them being extremely cautious.
Yeah. From XYG, it's basically because Nakaru on the upper side of the map, he needs time to form up. So he won't just trying to engage, but check the bottom lane. Shodo's being like, really, ooh, nice one.
Nice one. Good steal from there. Baisho rotating to mid.
Yeah, that's the regular way of playing this Ma Chao composition. So that's something actually I'm quite worried about.
Oh, look at that. Qinfeng is being put on air. He's going to have to flash out of that battle.
And taking this spirit camp away.
It is important just for them to take those little objectives, right?
Exactly. And for their opponent's jungler, this Agudo, though this hero might not be those core players, but this hero relies a lot on those monsters he has.
Exactly. It's not going to be it's not going to be that dependent on red buff or blue buff, right? But this little, like the Firehawk, the bears, the lizards, and the cheetahs are important for Pom Pom.
Yeah, because the damage dealt and the control that he can dealt relies a lot on those numbers of those monsters.
Kuxie runs away. Pom Pom procced his ult. Not an ultimate available here in mid lane. And Xihe already level 4.
Both teams are waiting for what? For XYG, they're waiting for Nakuru, and on the other side, for GK, they're waiting for Chao. At least 2 items need to be built up.
I just love the way that the both of them they do not want any mistakes. No mistakes are going to be available in here. Like, they do not want to give an upper hand for their opponent.
Yeah, again, we're now in quarterfinals. Everyone lost 1 game. They're going to be eliminated.
2v1 over there in bottom lane. September just jungling around, just taking all gold. 2,600 already for Nakuru.
That's quite high. And on the other side, we don't need to check Agudo's gold difference. We need to check Chao.
Yeah, exactly. Agudo in here is not going to be a core hero.
Yeah.
And he knows that. Kuxie taking damage from both sides. Comes back, is going to proc his ultimate, his ability.
Actually, GK wants to poking down some HP bar from Kuxie. Oh, nice one.
All right, Xihe is going to use the Wild Blood, going to be pushing back the whole DRG.GK.
But since nothing actually happened from this engagement, so that might be waste of the ultimate.
Well, the bottom lane fell, and they still have their top.
Yeah.
So it was not, DRG.GK was unable just to come in and then trade turrets, right? So at least in terms of that, I'm fine with it. I can live with that. 4 people rotation to top. Oh, look at that. Xihe being taken on air extremely low. He's going to fall. It's going to be first blood for Agudo. Frozen down is going to be Xihe. He's going to fall as well. It's right now 2-0 for DRG.GK.
And Baishu is still chasing, but it seems like it's going to be a little bit difficult to take Kuxie down. But after all, this is a 0-2 trade. And GK just win the upper hand. They can use this medium wave to take down this mid tower in 5 minutes.
Horrible, horrible, horrible situation for XYG, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
They did not want to lose their mid lane turret that quickly. That's going to put a lot of pressure on September. Look at how this happened. Xihe jumps in extremely deep. The fact that he jumps in between and he hits the wall surrounds him easily.
Yeah, and you can see actually XYG just being tiered up by GK, and the second ability and ultimate down by this Chao played a crucial role in that engagement.
He stepped in too deep. You cannot just jump in like that. Remember, you're a core hero in this whole composition. See if I can put it on air.
Trying to engage, but just force GK to return back. So actually, we can get a quick review in like the previous 5 minutes. It's basically because of out of that ultimate with Zhang Fei. He tried to use the ultimate to guard the top tower, remember?
Yeah.
But that also means he's going to be quite weak to engage. And that's the reason why actually XYG just being quite a little bit reckless.
They wanted just to start snowballing in there. I understand the need to snowball. But they bet against it, they gambled, and they lost their mid lane turret.
Yeah.
Now right now for that Xihe, it's going to be really difficult for him to try to rotate right now. Xihe is going to have to be with Xihe all the time if they want him to survive in those rotations. He cannot be ganked anymore.
Well, as we've mentioned about this mid tower, actually, you know, thanks to XYG's 2 frontliners, both Zhang Fei and Xiao was quite solid.
Yeah.
This is gonna be it won't be a problem now, but after like Marco Polo build up his Doomsday, that's gonna be the problem.
Yeah, exactly. Doomsday is gonna be an incredibly necessary item for Marco Polo. He decided to go first with Spark Forge Dagger. Still building, needs a little bit more, and Monglan right now, his Doomsday, as we were just talking, it's online.
Yeah, so with this Doomsday, that allows Marco Polo to constantly do that poking damage on your front laners.
Look at that.
Oh.
My Shiranui comes in from the back. It's going to be September, the one that's going to take the kill on Xingfeng.
This is such nice position, timing that September just sees, you know, dash in and got an insta-kill, take down Xingfeng. And without this Zhao Jun, actually GK is going to be quite weak during those big team fights.
Yeah, without Xingfeng, with the utility that Xingfeng is going to be, right?
Yeah.
Look at the angle where my Shiranui was. Comes in, cuts in, then, okay, Xingfeng flashes away, but September is the one that takes the kill.
So you can see like those synergies between their jungler and the mid.
Yeah.
Ling will force out the flash from Xingfeng, and that's exactly the time for September just to dash in.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
Good recovery for XYG. Leveling up a little bit the goal difference, right?
Yeah, and we can recheck the goal difference again for Nakuru. The next equipment is going to be the Siege Breaker.
Yep.
After he done that, wow, Macho's going to be a little bit afraid of Nakuru too, you know.
Everyone's going to be afraid of Nakuru. Axe of Torment and Siege Breaker. A great combo in terms of burst damage, right? Like you want that Nakuru just to land on someone and that someone to disappear. That's the main goal.
Yeah. After 2 items be built up, Nakuru is going to be a totally weapon, you know, quite explosive weapon.
Rotation, look at DRG.GK. Coming in straight to the blue buff area.
But
taking control of the resources.
Yeah, but they're afraid to, you know, to step forward or going too deep into their opponent's side.
And they don't have to. They do not have to. Look at that Pom-Pom being surrounded by 3 people, but it's going to be Agai, the one that's going to jump in to save his life.
And check Limon, the second ability, just targeted at Xingfeng, and another flash with the first ability, but can't make
Oh no! Monglan jumps in but hits the wall. It's going to slow him down, push him back, but it's going to be Xiao doing the one that is going to fall.
Wow, though GK used like a huge amount of those abilities, but due to this complicated landform, they just, you know, use it wisely and won this team fight.
I find this whole engage, just the way that everyone was trading in there. It was not the finest from both teams. It was not the finest for sure. Like in here, Xingfeng created use of the second ability, jumps away. Look at Monglan. In the moment that he wants to proc his ult, he hits the wall right over there. He's extremely far away.
Yeah.
Trying to survive clearly, but sad for him.
And the most crucial part gonna be the ultimate done by Zhao Jun.
Yes.
To block away all those enemies. So actually, like just like what you said, you can feel those tension and desire, you know, hiding inside from both of the team. But that's gonna be the problem. They both need to be more careful.
Yeah. You see, at the end of the day, it's not a matter of being extremely cautious and just being passive. It's not a matter of being passive. It's just a matter of being decisive.
Yeah.
That's what we mean for being cautious. You need to be decisive, jump in with an idea and stick to that. The blue buff is going to be for Pom-Pom.
DRG.GK, they really try to snowball the game. You can see, actually they want to use those team fight or whatever. They try to snowball it, but XYG respond in a quite nice way.
It's already 12 minutes.
But still even go.
At the pace that we're playing, it's going to come down to the Tempest Dragon. I don't see right now anyone being decisive enough to create a play just to completely obliterate the other side. We're seeing this kind of trading. Imagine that. Comes in, procs his ultimate, but just needs to push back. These kind of situations are going to keep happening again and again and again. Now, XYG does not have the vision. They just need to be able to protect their high ground, and they'll be able to make it to Tempest Dragon.
Yeah.
Look at that, Xue jumps in, he's been taken extremely low. Using his flash, puts 3 people on air. He's going to be pumped on the one that is going to fall. Monglan still has a great angle, still dealing damage. Does not want to turn around. He knows he's got the upper hand. Suto replies back, and he's going to stop everything as a 2-1 trade for DRG.GK.
Baisho find out this minion wave in the mid, and it just take this tower for free.
Totally free, look at that. Look, he comes in, right? Like the way that Xue uses his flash there. Well, uses his ability, flash, puts 3 people on air. Now the damage comes in, Aguto is the one falling. September follows in, and look at Baisho.
Wow.
Sadly for us, we couldn't see it on that replay, but Baisho just literally just left the fight and went to take the minion.
Yeah, he just spot that kind of minion was on those minion map instantly and change his direction and take down this mid tower for free. This high ground tower matters a lot, you know. Usually people would, spend a lot of time or effort trying to take the high ground tower down, but Baisho just find the right moment and take it for free.
And that's exactly what we were talking about, right? Like if XYG wanted to force this to a Tempest Dragon, and they needed to protect their high ground.
Yeah.
And that opening in there might be bad news. Look at that, September trying to find the place to jump in. Siho's gonna have to try to proc his ult, slow down and re-aggro the dragon.
Well, GK actually, they don't want to take down this Shadow Tyrant. On the other hand, they just trying to use it to force you to come and fight. And once they spot that Narc on the upper side of the map, they just take it down.
Already at 1,500, almost 2,000 gold lead for FoShan DRG.GK. If they're smart right now, they can just come up with all 5 people to start this dragon. The problem is that it's gonna be slow.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be as fast as if they wouldn't have already the buff from the Dark Tyrant.
Because they've got a debuff after they take down that Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, the debuff, not even with a debuff, slowed them down. Very decisive. Came in 4 people, 1 person taking the vision. We're able to completely control this. Baisho is going to show up in bottom, and that's going to be XYG's right now decision, what they want to do about that.
Well, XYG is still waiting for Jumpy's ultimate being available. That's going to be the point if they want to engage. You can see actually there's some layers when they were doing that kind of big team fight. They relies a lot on the ultimate provided by Zhang Fei and just plus with Xie's first ability and that flash. Well, actually, I want to highlight 2 persons from XYG. We just need to keep focusing on Mai Shilinui and also Narc. These 2 assassins, if they find a nice spot, dash in and take down Zhao Jun or just shred down the HP bar from Baisho or Menglan, that's gonna be the most important factor if they want to win the engagement.
Yeah, I agree with you on the fact that the 2 of them are going to be critical, right? For me, it's going to be about like how to get Menglan out. Because they cannot take Menglan's and Baisho's damage at the same time.
Exactly.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
They might be able to solve one of them, but taking both of them on a face-to-face, this head-on fight, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. And another thing worth mentioning is because both of those assassins, they need to get to that spot as tag. But now they're keep watching by Baisho.
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. September spotted Baisho in there, takes his HP bar down to half. Now it's going to be the turret, the one that is going to be taken to 1/3, 1/4, 1/5, and it's going to take down to 0. Bottom is the only turret that is still stepping in there, standing for XYG.
Well, I think I can read those strategies that XYG wants to execute because it seems like they want to win fight and then just to snowball or earn some resources. So actually, those high ground towers being given up quite easily, right?
Nothing that they could have done. Like when you have Pompon that can use his ultimate just to deviate, just to completely take away the damage from the turret. It's very difficult for them to stand.
It seems not good.
Doesn't sound good, and it's going to be by Chao, the one that is going to come in first, taking the first kill. September is going to hunt for Team Huang. And now he's the one that is going to be hunted down by so many people from DRG.GK. It's going to be September that's going to fall. 5 against 3 right now. Resurrection is going to be brought on, and he's going to come in and he's going to survive. Look at that. 1, 2, 3. Xiudo is going to revive, coming in one more time to be surrounded by DRG.GK. The minions are on the way. It's going to be an ace. It's going to be DRG.GK, the one that they're going to take this first game.
There's still 4 people remaining from DRG.GK's side from such an intensive pace. Crystal been taken down. First game. Congratulations to DRG.GK.
FoShan, DRG.GK coming in, taking that combo that we talked about, right? Like we talked about the compositions, how they were going to be critical for this whole BO7. They used their experience, and XYG did not have an answer against that Agudo and Chao.
Yeah, we can see actually XYG wants to stress on the top side.
Yeah.
They let Zhang Fei to rotate on the top and try to do some ganks on Chao on Baishou, but none of those chances that they can catch to really did a successful gank on Chao. So actually from the whole game, Baishou is quite like smoothly farmed out, right? And actually, I want to highlight those positioning that GK was during those big team fight. Check Qingfeng using this flash, how many dodges he did. You know, flash out to safety, get avoid of both Mai Shilei and also not Kurus.
And I think that was part of the bait from DRG.GK, right? They knew that they could lose the utility.
Yeah.
They know that they could lose Zhao Jun, and they just learned in Nakoruru and they learned in Mai Shilei to try to get in, to try to get down the mid laner, opening everything for Marco Polo and Baishou on that Chao, just to come in and just take all the kills. I do believe that DRG.GK just played really well on terms of luring them to come in, baiting them just by showing them one player. Come in and just take that one kill. And XYG was unable to go in and take that kill. It never happened.
Yeah, so actually that's something to do with their like strategy.
Yeah.
Because for DRG.GK, they know that for their composition, they can do counterattack. But on the other side, if we take a good look at XYG's composition, we know that 2 assassins, you need to use those kind of factors to just dash in and deal an insta-kill. But that also means once you miss the chance, that's going to be the chance for GK to fight.
Of course, like you need to ambush and you need to be able to use your burst damage. You chose that composition because of the burst damage. You chose that composition because it's supposed to be able to eliminate quickly one person out of the fight.
Yeah.
And then just take it as a 5v4. Sadly for them, that ambush did not work perfectly. And in 5v5 big fights, after September, after Mai Shilei have already used their abilities, Agudo just needs to proc his ult.
Yeah.
Proc the ult and then just recover HP for your whole teammate. And then that's going to be it.
And if we want to talk a little bit about those like positioning, Baishou is going to be the key point because he's the one keep watching on Nakoruru and Mai Shilei and block them away, spot him and like ahead of those engagement. And that's going to be what we call the base of like why they want those kind of big team fight.
Now, XYG already saw how that Agudo and Chao composition actually works. It's available for them in the future if they would want to take it. They have not yet used that Agudo and Chao combo in this whole KIC.
True.
So, are they gonna try it?
Well, to my surmise, for the game 2, I don't think XYG is gonna go for that Agudo and Chao. More, it seems like they want to play in a quite solid way. Maybe Shemengxi with like Lan or Jin, like these kind of composition. 2 main cores, both Moxan and Jungler, and try to slow down, you know. It seems like they're being a little bit like rushed into something during the last matchup.
MVP for this game, DRG.GK's Qingfeng. Zhao Jun, right? Like we talked a lot about how he was the perfect bait.
Yeah.
And he was rarely taken down. He only died once, I remember, just in that mid lane fight.
We can just, you know, from watching those replay, we can see Qingfeng's positioning first flash in, use the ultimate and block people away. Second ability, successfully frozen Zhang and win the first engagement. And this one, so many people aiming at Qingfeng at the same time. Check
You see, it's like because the winter skier comes in, XYG comes late to the fight. That's the reason why. Like Xue, amazing use of the flash, amazing use of his first ability. But while people were on air, they were still on their way. The winters here just completely separated the battlefield.
Exactly. Check the ultimate several times because once we've mentioned those burst damage that XYG relies on during the engagement, that requires them to do those crowd control at the same time, exactly at the same time. But because of the ultimate broke by Qingfeng, just block all those enemies away and gain the time.
Unable to come in. Great performance by Qingfeng on that Zhao Jun. I hope that everyone can see that. Sometimes a lot of people at home, they would play that Zhao Jun and use that ultimate just to deal damage. They're always just trying to lock in people and then just deal damage with that AoE. And sometimes the best way to use that is just to completely choose where you want to fight. If you want to lock people close to you, or if you want just to separate them and then just give your team a little bit more distance to think.
Yeah, to create a comfortable setting.
Create a comfortable setting, right? It's a 5v5 team. Like, it doesn't mean that your ultimate cannot deal damage. It can. And it's the fact that your ultimate can deal damage that your opponents are gonna be so careful about not being under it.
True.
Now, what is going to be their decision? It's going to be their decision just to push back, or it's going to be their decision just to come in towards you. So that's just the way of how to use that Zhao Jun. If you're using it at home, sometimes just think about what is going to be the effect that AoE is going to have on the whole battle setting.
Exactly, just like what you said. And not only Zhao Jun, all those utility mages.
True.
For example, Yixin or like other mages. For those mages, don't try to use those, abilities to deal more damage. On the other hand, it's because of their strategic importance. So that's why utility mage is going to be quite prevalent in our meta right now.
All right. Now, game 1 is done. We're going to move into game 2 after this short break. Remember, stay with us. Best of 7 right now. FoShan DRG.GK has 1 point, XYG 0. We're going to come back after the break. FoShan DRG.GK already took an amazing victory. There was a very, very bad defeat for XYG because they used a lot of very important heroes in that combo, right?
Exactly. They've used Mai Shiranui.
Yep.
We said like this might be the most OP one in this meta. And also like Zhang Fei, those kind of well-rounded heroes. Well, it won't be a problem due to their hero pool for game 2, but that may cause some what we call consequences for maybe game 3 or game 4.
No, that's exactly what we mentioned at the beginning. This is a best of 7. If you already lost game 1, you need to force it at least to 5 games. You need to have 4 other combinations that there need to be really, really good for you to win this game. At least 4 more. And that Zhang Fei is such a mobile, such a great pick that you could use that Zhang Fei with anyone else. Taking it out with Among Ya and then not being able to take the W, that's going to be really, really painful for XYG.
Actually, you know, I'm quite surprised because due to our format, the one who lost the last game had the priority to choose whether he wants to be the blue side or the red side. And usually in this meta, people would prefer blue side more because you have the priority to have more what we call meta picks. But XYG on the other side, they chose to be the red one for this one.
Not only that, on the blue side, your marksman is closer to your own red buff area, which is always a good thing to do, but completely different understanding from XYG. Let's wait and see what they've got. FoShan DRG.GK is going to start this with Mengtian.
And well, XYG chose, okay, Jin. They used Jin and Lu Bu. And what about Gongsun Ling? Gongsun Ling is still out there. And once you've mentioned about GK is on the blue side, the marksman is going to be more closer to that red buff. Gongsun Ling might be a choice, but they go for this Shen Mengxi.
Shen Mengxi and Yao. Okay, so Shen Mengxi and Mengtian, 2 very OP picks. We've always been talking about like how to work against that Mengtian, right? And the idea is just to try to eliminate it by not allowing him to jump in the field. That's why XYG immediately is going to pick Yixing as their mid lane pick.
Yeah, because those second ability and also ultimate provided by Yixing kind of can block away Mengtian and can slow down him. And also there's a combo down by Lu Bu and also Yixing. Both of their ultimates gonna create a huge area and just cage everyone in. It's gonna be a good thing to do those engagement, but also do counter attack. So this combo is quite prevalent in our meta. And for GK, if they really want to use this Mengtian, you know, Mengtian not only being a quite good weapon or warrior during those engagements, during those team fights, but also more important is because of his pace. Once he get into level 4, got his ultimate, and it was like 4 minutes.
The rhythm, right? Like the rhythm of the game. Like we've seen that happening a lot when we had the KPL teams playing against the other area teams. We always saw that first kill came always at 145 whenever that Mengtian is already level 4. Going, not even caring about the turret, going under the turret and then just immediately just taking the kill.
So that actually gonna be a task for XYG. What kind of duels that they're gonna select for their bottom lane can withstand of their first attack, maybe in like around 4 minutes.
No, it's like, what can you do? Like the only thing that you can try to do is that your top laner is gonna make it to level 4 before Mengtian. That's the only thing you can try to do. But if you get to level, he gets to level 4 and you're still on 3, that's a death sentence in there.
So those speed, that how quick all those top laners will get into level 4, will upgrade to level 4, gonna be the key point. And GK, they're using this 3 poking composition.
Straight up poke, that's it. That's the only thing that they want. They want to poke, 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 and then just whenever that you're ready to fight, Mengtian procs his ult, comes in, done. That's gonna be it. It's going to be FoShan DRG.GK just with a poking strategy.
Exactly. So in that case, Mengtian was played more as a tank than a warrior. You know, he would just throw his ultimate and just block in front of all those members and try to create a comfortable setting for all those backliners, Shu Mengxi, Bali Shouyue, and also Mozi, to leverage their poking damage on their opponents.
All right, let's analyze a little bit this. XYG decides to go with Tai Zhenren and Lady Sun. So that allows Lady Sun in the early stages to at least try to farm fast against a Menglan and Guy on Bali Shouyue and Mozi. If Mozi is able just to stun you down, and if Menglan is on a good day where he's always just hitting bullseye every single time, that's going to be bad news for Xiu Dou. Now, it's going to depend a lot on what kind of vision Xi-He can provide. If Xi-He can provide some good vision and allow Xiu Dou to, in the first 4 or 5 minutes, just to farm, constantly farm, they might have a way how to win that farming, that laning stage. That's going to depend a lot on how Xi-He gives the vision, and it's going to depend a lot on what Menglan's ability with that snipe is going to weigh.
Once you've mentioned about this vision control, especially for XYG, that's going to be quite crucial.
Yeah.
But the problem is, actually Tai Zhenren is not one of those support, well reckoned as one of those great at gaining those vision control. Especially like if GK, their poking strategy is working well and they're accurate enough, that's going to be the problem for Xi-He.
Now, September is going to have to be the one trying to force Menglan to be thinking about his surroundings.
Exactly.
If September does not show up in the minimap, Menglan needs to always be thinking that September is going to jump in to his back immediately.
That's going to be a key point.
So, that psychological game, that whole idea of you don't know where I am, it might have some effect on Menglan's accuracy. That depends on the way that September wants to play. Does he want to play aggressive and then just jump in and try to source this game? Or does he want to just be waiting in the bush, just providing that psychological pressure?
Wow, the jungle passing for September gonna matter a lot, and all those gankings he's gonna do.
Yeah. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. We're now on game 2. Game 2, XYG is gonna be in the red side and DRG.GK is gonna be taking the blue. Look at the speed. That minion wave disappeared immediately.
Yeah. With the first ability done by Xi-He, he can do those like wide attacking range, just explode those minion waves. The accuracy matters a lot when you're playing this Bali Shouyue. You know, the cooldown is quite long in the early game, and there's only 3 chances for you to do the poking.
One. Wow, the second one is wide.
Well, it needs time to warm up, you know.
True. Nobody can just come into the game and then just immediately just be all warmed up.
Yeah, especially for heroes like Bali Shouyue.
Oh, look at Guy. Love that.
So that's exactly the point. That's exactly the point we mentioned before this game kicked off.
XYG just camping in on the blue buff area. Jing is gonna come in September. He's got his might on and he takes that blue buff with him.
Force out the flash.
He's on the run. Hey, Lin Meng is able to survive that snipe.
Because Menglan just lost the vision.
And you see, like, taking that blue buff just completely eliminates the 2 minutes problem that monkey could have been.
Exactly. And blue buff matters a lot to Peng Peng, to Yao. This hero relies a lot about the cooldown reduction, and from that blue buff.
Look at that, still to be 1 on top. They still want it. They know that Bai Shou is going to make it to 4 right now, but it's going to be Kushi, the one that gets to 4 as well. Rotation to bottom. They want to contest this blue buff.
Yeah, and you can see Bai Shou already got his ultimate.
Too late. They come in 5 seconds too late. And Menglan still is not being able to find his accuracy.
And for Xiu Dou, there's some details when he's doing this laning phase. is that he's aiming at those minion waves.
Yeah.
Because even you want to force me back and take down our turret on the bottom, you need to rely on those minion waves. But once they've been taken down, even your Mountains just, get into our bottom lane, there's no way for you to take down this tower.
Look at that. Both of the teams just taking full priority on the blue buff. 5 seconds for this blue buff to spawn, and September is already in place.
But for GK, it's quite difficult for them to contest.
It's going to be quite difficult. The mirror domain comes in. It's going to be first blood. That is going to be for Ling. Now the fight still goes. Everyone's been taken extremely low. Xiuto is going to run back. Agai does not find the right angle.
Just like what we've mentioned, actually in the early game, it's quite difficult for GK to contest XYG. It is true that Mountain is going to be quite dominating in the early game, but the rest of the members, they need time to build up their items. And for those poking strategies, you really rely a lot on those ahead damage, those preceding damage out before the engagement.
Well, yeah, no, like imagine that. Even Pompon that started this whole game without his blue buff, and he already has a 1.5 level advantage compared to September.
Moving out. That also means maybe he had a lot of minion waves on the top.
Just being able just to reply back to what your team needs, right?
Exactly. You know that it's useless for him to just waste time to contest that blue buff. It's going to be more effective to just land it away and save time to have some minion waves.
They want to trade turrets both on top and bottom. And that's going to be a fair trade, as Lu Bu is going to be able to take this one.
Sure.
And Baile Shoya taking the one on bottom.
Exactly. And now things going to be different. Because after like Mo Zhen Shouyue being released from the bottom, they rotating to the mid. That's going to be some good news to GK.
Ooh. Bai Shou needs to flash out of that. The Heaven's Origin was going to box him in. Bombs in. The poking working really well, but the damage is still not fatal.
Yeah.
Like they're able to just take them down to 1/2 of their HP bar, but that's it. There's nothing else happening after that.
Yeah. First, it needs time for them to build up items and deal like massive damage. It's not their time. And for GK, the main job for them right now is just wants to poke down those HP bars, force you back, won't allow you to gain those vision control from the riverside, and that's enough for GK.
Yes, exactly. They're just being able to control the vision. That's all they want. Pompon jumps in and jumps out.
But
deals some good damage in that turret.
Yeah, but if GK wants to get invaded into the opponent's side of the field, they need to be careful. Because relying on those complicated landform, it's going to be the best battlefield set up for XYG's competition. Yixin and also Lu Bu. They can easily just block you away and cage you in. So GK needs to be careful.
They need to be careful, right? Like they cannot just be stepping in the jungle easily, just as they would love to. Kusia being taken down to 1/3 of his HP bar with only 2 pokes.
Oh, another poke. Oh.
The snipe follows in.
Combo.
It's gonna send Ling Mon back to base.
And Juicy Mulan just got his strawberry tackle.
Alright, Bai Shou procs his ult, 20 seconds, surrounded by the generals. They want to push in the minions. Xiuto doing a great job in completely denying the opportunity to jump in.
You know, actually there's another saying in our game. Once you want to deal with those like 3 poking damage strategy, the only way for you to fight back is to be decisive. You need to be the one to initiate the team fight.
Yes. While your HP bar is still pretty healthy.
That's the point.
Like you need to be able to just initiate the fight, jump in.
Yeah. So usually, like in the previous series, a lot of teams would rely a lot on Guan Yu or Kai, these kind of heroes, to deal with those poking strategies.
Look at that, Pompon jumps in, he wants to take a kill, see he's been taken down, he's gonna have to proc his ult, revives and come back into the battlefield. Kusia forces everyone down, Xiuto knows he cannot jump in anymore. Ling Mon moves to the right, avoids 1 snipe, 2 snipes.
Yeah, and what about the mid tower? They can just poke him down, leverage his ultimate on 2 members. See, that's gonna be the point. Actually, from those positioning where Lu Bu and Jing was, they're trying to do something.
Yes.
You can see, like, feel that kind of desire. But the point is, Shodo's already been taken extremely low before the engagement.
And Pompon right now has a very big advantage.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Pompon starts in there, he comes in, deals damage, goes back, and then he's still with full HP bar.
Yeah, Yao is one of the junglers full of flexibility.
Yeah, very flexible hero.
Yeah. And the only job for Yao is just to do the split up push. He won't be afraid of Jing to do this 1 versus 1 fight on the side lane.
As long as he can just wait to proc his ultimate, he's gonna be able to survive.
Yeah.
But then, is surviving just enough? That's gonna be a huge question for Pompon. Is surviving just gonna allow them to win this whole thing?
For GK, they still realize a lot on their poking damage. That's gonna be the key point.
XYG with the Tyrant, 80 more seconds. They're gonna jump into the Shadow Tyrant already with an extra 20 seconds of buff.
They take down this Shadow Tyrant. That's gonna be a good news to them. But on the contrary, it seems like they're quite painful.
Look at Bai Shou, just waiting over there, takes the vision, gets control. They've got priority over this blue buff. The Heaven's Origin comes in, but it's gonna be Lu Bu jumping into the back. Can he get on someone? It's gonna be Kuxia, the one that is being taken extremely low. He's gonna try to run away, but Agai slows him down, comes in with the bomb, takes Ling, forcing him down.
This is a 1-2 trade. Pompon sacrificed himself, but gained a huge advantage for DRG.GK. Now, due to this engagement, they can take down this mid tower, and they can push those minion waves on the top, and they can gain maybe halfway of the map.
It's like, look at that, like they have priority over the blue buff.
Yeah.
But the Heaven's Origin just boxed in 2 people. It was too difficult for them. Kuxia tries his best to deal damage, gets in, and then after that, this guy found a great way to spot him.
Aga used his ultimate with Flash to lock in Kuxia. Won't let you go. Won't let you just easily escape away from this engagement.
2-1 trade for DRG.GK. Heaven's Origin comes in one more time, but it's going to be wide. The snipe straight up to Kuxia's back.
But actually, you know, I want to admit that XYG actually they did quite beautiful counterattack in that blue ball field. The point is just like during that team fight, Shodo's being taken down. One shot is like half of his HP bars being taken down. That's gonna be the key point.
It just completely limits your opportunity and your ability to jump into the fight, right?
Yeah.
Not anymore, you can come in.
Like, it's not enough for XYG only do the CC, the strong control. You need someone to deal that damage, and that's gonna be Shodo. He's gonna be the one to undertake that responsibility to keep doing that constant damage.
At that, the DRG.GK came in and took control over this Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, and they want to say thank you to September for taking that.
September started it, left it to 1/3, and then just was handing it in for DRG.GK.
Yeah, September was doing a great job. He knows that he just can't just hold off, so he tried to sneak into that camp, tried to steal away that Overlord, but he was spotted by GK.
A man tried.
Yeah.
That's it. He tried. 12 minutes. Right now is gold advantage for FoShan DRG.GK, and at the same time, they've got vision control.
Vision control matters a lot, and also the first ability that Shou Yue has allow him to have those formations in, like land those formations on the ground and gain him vision control in the range.
The rotation goes to top. This tier 2 turret is going to be the next goal.
It will be spot.
Bangers already come in. The Heaven's Origin comes in and tries to box in one person, but it's going to be only a Baisho with his ultimate available. He comes in, keeps pushing forward. The man does not fear no damage. The bombs come in, the snipe is wide, and the dragons are still pretty healthy. Look at them.
Attention, those vanguards are pretty healthy, but what about XYG? They've already used a lot of abilities and they try to push back. Check the damage now, that's incredible. Jin trying his best, trying to use his ultimate to take down these vanguards, but that's going to be useless. The high ground tower on the top being taken down by DRG.GK.
DRG.GK right now just parading around the rotation from top. They took 2 turrets, made it to middle, take 1 more. And right now, the gold advantage is already 3,000 gold. Look at that.
Oh, that poking damage. The ultimate leverage by Jin for this Shimongxi. And with several hits by Roland, destroyed
nothing that they could have done. It's insane. Like the ability that DRG.GK has to protect those dragons, right? Because the dragons came in full HP all the way to high ground.
Yeah. Especially like composition that XYG is having now is quite weak dealing with those minion waves.
Yes. Not much that they can do, right?
Yeah.
Shiho jumps in just trying to become a shield. He knew that he was going to die. He tried just to buy some time, but what could he buy? He bought like extra 2 or 3 seconds. Was not enough.
Well,
full HP Vanguard. Yeah.
But you know, actually, when the time goes on in the late game, there's still chance left for XYG. They're going to be quite dominating in the late game, and the same as Lady Sun.
Okay, you mentioned that late game, and I agree with you on the fact that the 2 of them, their damage is going to be online. What is the key goal if you want to make it to late game? Your high grounds must stand.
Exactly.
And it's only 1430, and the high ground on top, it's already gone.
So for XYG, maybe they the priority is trying to deal with those minion waves on the top, right? Yeah. Since there's a super minions from DRG.GK on the top. And XYG, they don't need to hazard to do a lot of things. They just can slowly push forward, gain some vision control.
Look at the HP bar from the Overlord is going to be for the red side. Shiho's been taken extremely low. He's going to try to proc his ultimate. He's going to resurrect. It's going to be Pong Pong coming from behind. Look at him. He's got green light to take on Kushi. He comes in. He's going to try to take a second one. It's going to be Ling Mong. It's going to be Kushi, the one that they're going to fall.
And those 3 cool players from XYG have been taken down. There's only Jin, September still alive, but he's being stunned by the second ability from Woods. And thanks to those vanguards, gonna buy them some time, but there's still super minion waves on the top, and they release the strongest vanguards to clean up those waves on the top.
The ballista comes in. It's gonna be enough for them to take that high ground turret. It's going to be September trying to do that. It's not gonna be enough. Sika is gonna have 2 lives, not only 1. Double kill for Xue Ying, and the Crystal Falls, DRG.GK takes a second game victory.
And for game 2, they take it done with such a high superiority. You can see actually from the first very 4 minutes, they already won the upper hand. And they just rule the game, dominate the game, and at the last, another ace done by DRG.GK. Exactly the same outcome as the last game.
Exactly the same outcome. The fact that the high ground turrets are falling so early in the game does not allow XYG just to try to keep their opportunities open for long enough.
So actually, you know, back onto those topics actually we were discussing from the last matchup, we've mentioned about how aggressive and how desired XYG is trying to initiate the engagement. Right? They're quite good at doing those engagements. But the point is, neither the last game nor this one, they're not able to guard that high ground tower. Right? Exactly the same situation happened twice.
So this is what I'm thinking right now. You're not being able just to control your high grounds. All right, no problem at all. Sometimes it happens. You need to be able just to change your strategy. Why are they not playing a little bit more aggressive on the early game, just to try to take control of it? DRG.GK is playing amazing. It's not like DRG.GK is snowballing really quick in the game. The goal difference never hits 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 until the late stages of the fight. So what is DRG.GK doing that is not allowing XYG to actually survive?
Wow, we can see actually there's some movement that XYG did from the early game.
Yeah.
Well, just like what you said, they want to play aggressively in the early game. They get invaded into the opponent's blue side field several times.
Yeah.
Take away those blue buffs several times. But Pengpo, his Yao, you see, trying to steal those minion waves. He didn't really fall behind in the early game. And also those Meng Tian Bai Shou that he played, he tried to force such a solid front line. So actually it's not because XYG didn't make any movement. It's basically because GK did a great job to defend.
Well, XYG is doing good decisions. They're being aggressive.
Yeah.
Pengpo, on the other hand, just counter-attacking that, right? It doesn't matter that he did not have his blue at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
He was able just to come in and just plan a jungling path that allowed him to have a 2 levels difference with respect to Jing very early in the game.
Yeah.
So it's not a matter, I agree with you, it's not a matter that XYG is not being aggressive. It's a matter that FoShan DRG.GK were able just to find out a way how to reply back to that aggressiveness really quickly, very early in the game.
Exactly, and you know, actually we can find some tactics that coaches playing during this ban pick phase. Because for the former 3 picks that GK did, you would wonder maybe they're gonna go for something aggressive. You see Meng Tian, Shu Mengxi, Yao, these kind of heroes. They didn't suppose that GK would go for the poking strategy.
Exactly. They did. Nobody could expect that poking strategy showing up.
Yeah.
Sadly for XYG, they did not see it, and good for DRG.GK. They came up and dealt so much damage. 29.6% damage dealt by the MVP, Xingfeng, and that's Shu Mengxi.
This man. You remember from the last KPL qualifier round 1, this guy won MVP 3 times in a row.
He's a core player. core player. Sadly for him, the patch does not allow him just to take the spotlight. But that doesn't mean that. Look at that. Boom.
Ultimate and
just
Yao.
Insane. Lucky Xiudou and Limon were able just to run away from that fight.
Exactly.
They should have just fallen in there. This one here, they take the Overlord, it's true. But Zico has been taken extremely low.
And the last one.
The fact that his revive is not available is just what did not allow XYG to come back. Xingfeng, look at him, he's always dealing damage from everywhere. He doesn't even show up, he doesn't cross the wall. He's just dropping bombs far away from distance. That's the only thing he needs to do.
Yeah. And you can see the timing he catch to leverage his ultimate to do this AoE damage. Every time, whenever he's using his ultimate, there's always being so crowded. Everyone just gathering together in one spot, and he can maximize those damage out by his ultimate.
Beautiful performance by the whole FoShan DRG.GK. And again, beautiful performance by XYG. They had a good strategy, but after that, they were just facing a team that had all the right answers to all the questions that XYG just dropped there.
Exactly. We can see actually those momentum or those current status are quite good. Both teams are in their best conditions right now. The problem is only about those decisions made during those games, because again, for XYG, I still think it's quite hazard for them to gain a lot of resources, or what we call those tendency. They really want to win the upper hand by engagement.
Look at the gold. It never came up to 1,000, 2,000 gold until the last 2 minutes of the fight. And it is in the last 2 minutes of the fight where DRG.GK, in the moment that they see that they have an opening, the moment that they see that they have an opportunity, they just immediately just step on the gas, just push all the way to the crystal.
And more like surprising is because we can see GK for today, they really have those sensation about wave management every time, right? They just easily taking down this high ground tower without any blood happening.
Regardless of whatever that the other team tried to put in their faces. It's already a 2-0 advantage for FoShan DRG.GK. What XYG is going to do, I'm totally sure that right now the boys are in the war room thinking about how they can try to turn things around. We're gonna go for a break and we'll be back with Game 3.
Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back us down. Destiny is calling high.
All right, game three. Game three, one more time. Let's wait and see what's gonna happen in between these two teams. They need to do something. I know XYG is already 2-0 down. FoShan, DRG.GK, everything is looking bright and nice ahead of them.
Exactly. So after we saw those pictures sending back from the stadium, we can see those faces are totally different.
Yeah.
There's such a big smile put on DRG.GK's face, but on the other side, it is time for XYG to back up, because if they lost even one game, the ball goes to DRG.GK's match point.
It is not only the fact that it's going to go to their match point. Analyze the heroes that XYG has already used. They've already used a lot of meta picks. Right now, we already analyzed the ones that they used in the first game, and then in this second one, Lady Sun and Lu Bu already out of the mix. They're putting themselves still in a very difficult position.
Yeah. For XYG, if they want to gain 1 point, and since they now got the blue side,
yeah,
Li might be the first pick that they want to go for.
They might want just to allow Xue Dou just to try to be the hero and try to carry the team right now. Mai Shinui, the first ban, direct ban to DRG.GK's Kai and Guan Yu composition. Not Gunsun Li allowed.
And GK is setting a trap because Da Chao's out. If you're not gonna have Da Chao, I'm gonna have it.
And they decide that Da Chao is too big an advantage not for them to take. And Da Chao is going to be the first pick for XYG.
Because that's exactly what we call the trap. And since Dong Huangtai is still out there, the ultimate provided by Dong Huangtai, he can just bite you and surprise you, won't allow you to teleport it by Da Chao's second ability back to your fountain. So that's what we call ban pick strategy.
Dong Huangtai and Lam are going to be the two picks from DRG.GK, the two picks that they're going to try to answer back to that Da Chao, right? That Lam can push them out of the TP tunnel.
One suppression and one compulsory movement can just pull you out of the Da Chao. And that's something interesting of this strategy, of Da Chao's strategy.
Okay.
Is that, first of all, it requires a quite high understanding towards the whole matter, towards the whole map. And also, if you already fall behind, it's going to be an even bigger challenge for you to use Da Chao. Because once you use Da Chao, you're always going to play passive.
Yeah.
Because you need to rely a lot on those wave management, and you're going to be distracted. And for XYG, since they're focusing so much on those initiations in the previous matchups, that's going to even make them more difficult to handle this.
They're going to have to think about something. Look at that burst damage. Burst damage, that's it. They want to destroy you before you can even TP out of it.
Exactly. There's two ways to deal with Da Chao's strategy. One is what we call suppression. Actually, there's three ways.
Let's go.
One is what we call suppression. One is what we call compulsory movement, like Lan's ultimate. And another one going to be burst damage. One allow you to TP back, and once you're not able to be TP back, you're not allowed to initiate the second round of engagement.
So they're using all the three different ideas that you just mentioned to us, right? They're just gonna use all those three, trying their best. Just look at that this whole composition from FoShan DRG.GK is just the 5 heroes that could be a lot of a risk for that Da Chao composition.
Because everyone's being so familiar with Da Chao's strategy, so that's what we call a trap. DRG.GK just using those advantages on the red side and trying to set up this trap. And XYG, they've got no way. They need to take it, So if we take a good look at DRG.GK's composition, every single individual is gonna be a counter pick to Da Chao's strategy.
Xue is going to reply that back by taking heal. Heal is going to be the ability that Xue is going to take. Let's see if he's going to have enough time to press on that heal and then just allows his teammates and himself an opportunity to TP back to base. But at the same time, that heal, 120 seconds cooldown. That's a 2 minutes cooldown. That's extremely long.
But you just mentioned about the reason why he's choosing heal, except of what we usually see would be like disrupt.
Yeah.
It's because of those 5 counter pick from their enemy side. He needs to rely on this heal to buy some time, to make sure that maybe some of his members can make it to, back to the fountain, being recovered and teleported to the battlefield again.
Well, we're always talking about how this Tachia strategy is so OP, right? Like we're always talking about like how it is so useful. Now, after it is being countered by FoShan DRG.GK this way, is it really that OP? Because I don't find it that OP anymore. If you can open in with a Blazing Brilliance by Team Feng's Angela, I don't know. That Angela for me is going to be the highlight of this whole game.
Yeah, because there's actually a combo between Angela and Donghong Taiyi. Once someone's be suppressed by those ultimates provided by Donghong Taiyi, that's exactly the time for Angela to land all of his abilities directly towards one people. Second ability plus with his ultimate, that's gonna deal immense damage. No one can ever bear it. None of those heroes from XYG side. So this matchup's gonna be, I would say, the hardest one for XYG for tonight.
XYG trying their very best to stay in the fight. A defeat in this game would put them 3-0 and just at the edge of the abysm. Let's see what XYG can do. Game 3, let's get on to it.
But still, I have some faith to XYG because during the Summer Cup, the winning rate of the Dachao from XYG is quite high. So it shows like they really know how to play this Dachao strategy.
Look at Kuxie coming in straight, just to deal damage. Just force him to take that HP.
It's like a trading for like I can take down your HP bars. Won't allow you to step forward. Mulan's being extremely aggressive.
Yeah, look, you need to be aggressive. Come on, that's all you need to do. Come in and just make them hesitate. If you give them that strategy and you're going to be playing passive, you're just giving them the whole game. At least by being aggressive, just make them think about something else more than the rhythm of the game.
Yeah.
It's fine, I'll take that. You want to TP out of this fight after you clean wave? I'm okay with that. But look at that, guy comes in, Menglan. Guy's almost on level 4. And that's going to change the game.
Yeah, and after he got the level 4, that also allowed him to initiate some ganks. XYG is being forced to do those rotation and just directly be spotted by Menglan. Because of
extremely low. Look at that, Kuxie needs to run away.
XYG trying to rotate from the river side, trying to use the river and do some gank on Menglan. But just unfortunately being spotted by Menglan. That's what we call transition for those players.
2 minutes and 36 seconds of the game. Nothing has happened much. Like, look at Kuxie. Kuxie knows that the one thing that he needs to do is to use his Sage's Might and lock someone down. After he comes in and locks one person down, then it's going to be XYG, the ones that they're going to have the priority.
And that's the reason why we always pair Dachao with this Fuzi.
Yes. Fuzi is great on 1v1s.
Yeah.
Like on a 1v1, like Fuzi is always someone just to be very careful about. Look at him. Kuxie comes in from top, trying to find someone. The Blazing Brilliance comes in, taking Kuxie to half of his HP.
Mulan's almost out of mana.
Like he wants to take that turret.
Yeah. but it's still like it hasn't been 4 minutes. They need to wait until 4 minutes after those protections offered by this tower is gonna disappear. And that's gonna be also gonna be the time for Da Chao to do this. Because usually we mentioned about Da Chao's strategy, people would initiate this engagement on silence. And after 4 minutes, by using those ultimates, XYG can, do something on silence.
Shattered. Catapults moving
Take
out.
down one tower. It's gonna be quite helpful.
Controlling the whole blue side. Molan is going to be surrounded by 5 people. He's the one trying to run away. He's going to be silenced, comes down. It's going to be first blood, but followed in, replied back from DRG.GK on the other side to a 1-1 trade.
1-1 trade, and for XYG, they really want to take down the tower on the bottom. And Baisho just won't allow you to do that. You can hit me, but none of my tower.
Thanks.
Red team
He was extremely tanky, right? Like,
Yeah.
Baisho is just being able to understand how much damage he can take. Moves out, and then he needs to use his ultimate to clean the wave. To hold a little bit longer to that turret, but that turret won't be able to stand one more minion wave.
Exactly. Especially for Huang, this hero can use his first ability to take down those towers even quicker. Well, but you can see like from the last brawl, actually XYG is playing quite good, right? By using this Da Chao strategy. They know that the timing is about after 4 minutes, they can initiate something from the side laners, and they do take down Molan, get a nice gank.
They know that their game is going to be split. Their game is not a game of fighting. It's not going to be a game of like coming in and just engage in fight. It's going to be a game of being annoying. I find that just a pretty annoying strategy. Annoy people in the bottom, annoy people in the top. Annoy people in the bottom, annoy people in the top. That's gonna be it. So controlling the Overlord is gonna be the answer from DRG.GK.
Yeah, and even more DRG.GK, because of those crowd control they can did, and also like 2 solid front lines, it allows them to push forward, to gain more vision control. And also, if you saw those support items that guy just did, this Gale emblem, it allows them just to rush into the side lane, because that's exactly gonna be the place you're gonna be, right?
Burst, burst. Ambush, burst, straight to their face.
Yeah.
Don't wait.
Yeah.
Just need to be decisive, jump in and do that. Push it, being spot. Look at that, Xinfeng's Blazing Brilliance comes in, the damage is taken Kush extremely low. The TP does not come in time, and he's going to fall.
Wow, there's 2 highlights during this big team fight. First, Baisho had this decision and used his abilities to spot Fuzi in the bushes, and use the second ability, this immunity, get away of the frozen. The second ability provided by Zhao Jing. And the second one is, once Xinfeng be bounded by Fuzi, well, we can just take a good look at this. First, second ability, this immune allows Baisho invade of the control down by Zhao Jing, and this one, all this positioning that DRG.GK was just block Fuzi away.
That's the thing, like Fuzi jumps in, uses his flash, uses his ult, but there's no damage following after.
Exactly, and he's himself alone.
XYG wants to start this Tyrant. Pushes to press down, Blazing Brilliance comes in, is going to smash, take him out. It's going to be the one tight, the one that's going to go for a 1-1 trade.
Oh, DRG.GK is playing quite clever, I need to say, because they know that Fuzi is only person from XYG's side who's be able to engage. Or he's the only tank, right?
But why does XYG want to engage right now? They should not be trying even to engage at all. They should just be trying. It's impossible that that top lane turret is still there. It should not be happening. It's 8 minutes already.
Well, it's because DRG.GK, their composition, as we've mentioned, every individual is going to be the counter pick to XYG. First, they ensure that they got a priority in the mid. And then, because of the support that they chose, XYG is quite afraid of being ganked.
Has destroyed a tower.
first.
Look at that. September is the only one that's gonna be out of that TP tunnel.
Yeah, but he's keep quite a safe distance, so no worry about September.
Rotation. They want to engage for that blue buff.
But that's gonna be quite risky.
Comes in. Check that Pong also already standing there. Decides to make a U-turn and go back.
Yeah, Pong just standing there like, yes, what? How can I help you?
So you coming?
So that's what we've mentioned. This matchup's gonna be quite difficult for XYG. They're trying to initiate, but they are afraid that same thing would happen. Just like the last team fight, check one.
Oh, look at him. He's got so many different heroes that he can just come in and jump out. It's going to be a one-to-one trade, but no guy is going to follow as well. It's right now Baisho, the one taking so much damage. Good engage from XYG.
Yeah, this is such nice fight back. You know, as long as they found out that Pong just came in, but it don't allow Pong to do those insta kills, so they just split up.
He thought he had more damage than what he actually could deal. Look at that. They come in, and then Pong jumps in.
And show those positions quite safe, you see.
Exactly.
He's constantly doing this damage.
Like you need, if you're gonna do that, like you need to come up with your whole team.
Yeah.
Let Baisho jump in first. There's no need why Pong needs to jump in first.
Yeah.
You go head in first, and then what are you expecting that's gonna happen? Nothing is gonna happen out of that. Wait for Baisho, or wait for Guy.
There's several people can undertake this responsibility to initiate.
Yeah.
From DRG.GK side.
It's not your job.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Kusi can keep an eye on the HP bar from the Overlord. It's going to be defeated. It's still going to be for DRG.GK though. But look at that. XYG, they know that they've got the advantage. If they're taking extremely low, Pong is going to have to run for his life. You know, he is the only opportunity that they have to try to survive. It's going to fall. It's going to be an ace. And right now, XYG have the advantage.
Such a beautiful counter-attack done by XYG. Relying on that Shadow Overlord camp, they just, all of those members are quite in a good positioning, you see, and Kuxie is just waiting, being patient, threatening, and he's undertaking all of the damage out.
Oh, look at that. The moment that Guy is able to jump in, he can only take on Kuxie. That was the problem. Like, he's not being able just to take on Shudo. He's not being able just to take on one of the core players. Kuxie already, after how the game is developing, for him, dying is just going to be the norm. It's going to be the norm.
Yeah,
that's it.
Sacrifice need to be made by Kuxie.
Someone needs to die.
Yeah.
And they'd rather that it's going to be Kuxie than it's going to be Shudo, or that it's going to be Limon, or that it's going to be September.
Yeah.
So if Guy is going to jump in, Kuxie is the one who's going to take the damage.
Now things going to be much more better for XYG, since they won't just be suppressed, just won't be hand over and forced to retreat. They have the priority to, you know, just let Shudo take down the towers one by one.
Let's see, look at that. Suppress being taken extremely low. Kuxie is going to take on one kill, but it's not going to be Pong, the one that's going to try to come in for the backline. Ling won't allow him to do that. It's going to be a 2-1 trade for XYG one more time.
XYG, I feel so happy for them because they're doing quite a good job. See those positioning, Kuxie know that he needs to be the one to sacrifice, so he just stepped forward bravely and checked the second ability done by Limon. This Chao just frozen Pong and allow Shudo to deal a massive amount of damage.
The TP tunnel is already there. Sadly for them, they weren't able to take any turrets after this gigantic power play.
You know, the situation that is happening on our battlefield, especially for GK, just remind me of one of the matchups they played against AG from the first week in our group stage, right? With a high superiority, they just been overturned. It's because of their being quite reckless. After they have such a significant advantage, they just lower their guard. but this should be happen again.
I believe that DRG.GK, from the beginning of this game, they knew that they were going to be in this position. You got to remember, it's a BO7, right?
Yeah.
I'd rather forcing out this Chao right now than forcing it out in a possible game 5 or game 6. Maybe for them, this is exactly what they wanted. To press 1-to-1 trade one more time, but it's going to be Mona, the one that's going to fall as well. Killing spree for Ling.
And ladies soon be taken down. It's XYG's opportunity to even push forward, to push deeper. It might not be the minion waves on the top since Qingfeng's still alive, but what about the mid?
Look at that, Blazing Brilliance comes in. September Jomsky wants the kill. Qingfeng is going to fall. The minions are coming in. The crystal's still standing. The top lane turret is going to be the next goal, and they take it successfully.
Do they want to end up? Do they want to close out the matchup? It seems like they still want to chase that, still want to get another ace. And Lan just came in, take down Qingfeng without this Ling Mo.
There are no minions in there.
Yeah.
What are you doing? There are no minions. Even if you would come back, there's still people from DRG.GK. Oh, look at that. Guy taking extremely low. Monlan still safe. Baisho comes in, tries to defend him. Feng comes in and it's going to take one more kill.
Oh, this is a really nice counterattack done by GK. Wow, so many things happened in these 2 minutes.
No, I love that, but the fact that XYG wanted to finish the game so quickly, what for? You're playing so well. You got the mid and you got the top. That's it. Go back, take the Overlord. But why to use the Eye of the Whirlpool there? There were not even minions to
They need to come down, but Chakfu just be pulled back by Momo's ultimate.
This could be the moment of the game where tables are turned. September already started on that Shadow Overlord. He's going to successfully take it. And DRG.GK, they're going to have to reply back with that Dark Tyrant.
There's going to be a trade. Tyrant goes to GK and the Overlord goes to XYG. And there's 2,000 gold lead goes to XYG. Wow. Both things needs to come down right now.
Well, right now they've got priority over the vision, right? Like at least for XYG, that is completely different compared to where they were before. They've got finally vision control for the first time in these 3 games.
Yeah, and even better, they've got 2 high ground towers in their hand.
Yes.
Well,
what are they gonna do about it?
Well, because of these 2 high ground towers, they don't need to worry about those minion waves on the top and down the mid. So they can utilize Da Chao's ultimate to try to push on the bottom.
Let's wait and see. 4 people from XYG just pushing in for the high ground. The bangers come in. The next goal is going to be the bottom turret.
After they take it down, they can just retreat. They don't need to take this team fight. They don't need to do it.
Oh, like they've got the Shadow Overlord right now.
Yeah.
Just let the bangers do their job.
Yeah, because the tower has already been taken extremely low. It's only the first ability, and 1 normal attack Shoto can easily take this tower down. There's another Vanguard.
That's 1/5, and it's a full HP Vanguard coming in.
Yeah, and XYG, they need to retreat, I guess.
They cannot contest this. They need to let that turret go.
Yeah, they already win the upper hand.
Look at that. Kushi has been suppressed. He's going to disappear. Frozen down. Guy is going to follow him. Baisho taken extremely low, but there's no one in. Pompon was still too far away to jump in.
Well, from this engagement, Hu Xie just sacrificed himself and forced out Baisho's flash, and also did a 1 versus 1 trade.
Not only Baisho's flash, but Guy's ultimate as well, right?
Yeah.
Now, there's nothing that they could take on right now. Still 80 seconds for the Shadow Overlord, 80 seconds for the Shadow Tyrant, 18 minutes in the game. We're gonna go to the Tempest Dragon, and XYG does not want that happening.
Yeah, or XYG actually can use those kind of situations, you know, wisely.
Yeah.
They can just play around with those minion waves. They have such a great advantage because of those high ground towers.
They do have a great advantage. Let's see if they can utilize it. I'm really hoping that they can, because to be able to have this whole game, they do not have the gold, and we're already over the 50,000 gold line, so gold is not a problem anymore. But they've got the minions, super minions coming in. They do not want to see the vanguards. They do not want to see the Tempest Dragon as well.
They managed the waves, and there's still another wave on the bottom, but only 1 minion wave won't be enough. Maybe the best chances for them is just waiting for that Shadow Overlord, but since 1 minute later, the Tempest Dragon is going to spawn, so they just need to retreat.
DRG.GK does not want to let them take the Shadow Overlord. Taking the Shadow Overlord would give them a whole advantage over the fight. Look at that Xue being immune. He's going to survive this whole engagement. Nothing that DRG.GK can do. The damage already is not being enough.
Yeah, such a nice engagement done by Chao. You can see like he broke his ultimate, and from this team fight, actually, 3 of those crucial abilities from XYG has been forced out. 3 flashes, right, have been forced out.
At least for Pompom. Pompom is going to be the last hope that they have. Still with his pure sky available. Guy doesn't want to jump in to check on the bush yet. He knows that without his HP being full, he cannot take Xue down.
Yeah. DRG.GK now needs to be quite cautious. XYG has the whole vision control, and moreover, they got those high ground towers, 3 high ground towers in their hand. That's going to be a huge advantage.
Now, the waves have been cleaned. Monglan starts poking on the dragon, inviting XYG to jump in.
It's a trap. It's a trap. They want to fight. They want
look
to
at
fight.
that. Pom Pom comes in. He's been taken extremely down, suppressed. He's going to resurrect one more time just to die. One more time. It's going to be September, the one that's going to take the kill. September is going to fall, comes in, stuns one, forces a Sage's Breaker.
And September is still chasing out. Godlike. He's being godlike, and Check Angela wants to take down of him, but Jack Foods is chasing up, broke his ultimate and tried to buy some time. But what about 2 people chasing after him? Did a 1-1 trip? That's a last-ditch effort. But what about the super minion whips on the top? Check September using this minion whip. The crystal has been taken down, and congratulations to XYG. Got their first win in this quarterfinals.
XYG, congratulations. They were given the Tatiel composition, and they just said, well, you want us to get back alive into this game, we'll take the ticket. You invited me in, now you open the door. Right now it's only 2-1. Great comeback for XYG.
And I would say, I would put it in this way, that XYG just overcome the most difficulties during the 3 games. But because we already mentioned, GK chose 5 counter picks towards this strategy. But XYG, wow, you can't imagine that. How could they make it?
But I believe that the fact that they used those five heroes as a strategy trying to work against this Dacha composition, they were already 2-0 ahead. They know that it's extremely difficult, at least right now in this patch, and with the understanding of the game that the teams have right now, it is very difficult to finish a game 4-0. That rarely happens. Rarely happens that you get a 4-0 in this patch. Forcing them on the Dacha, I don't know what the coaches were thinking about. Do they really want to see how to reply back to that? It's top 8 already. Did they do it on purpose?
Yeah, they definitely do it on purpose.
What for?
I would say, because we've mentioned, it's quite interesting when we mention about Dacha strategy, because usually you use it, you're gonna play passively, right? Yeah. You need to focus on those managed waves. Means that you are not allowed to initiate or do those engagements. It would put you in a quite passive situation, and that's exactly GK wants. You want to fight back, you need 1 game to buck up, to cheer up, to find back your, those momentum. If you're playing with Dacha, it's gonna, put you under pressure. But the problem is XYG, after they take this win, it's gonna be a huge success and definitely will let them to bounce back.
I agree on the fact that it's gonna allow XYG to bounce back. Reason that I am just hesitant of trying to understand what was FoShan DRG.GK's whole goal about this. You're already in a 2-0 lead, you're in a 2-0 advantage. You're just handing them the most OP strat that we have right now in this whole patch. Is it that you want them to bounce back? I don't get it.
Maybe,
I don't get it.
Well, I guess GK never wondered that XYG would win this game because they got 500 pick. And I know that what you mean, like because we're doing best of 7, every team has a very high possibility to even take one game, right?
Yeah.
But that's based on those ban picks, what we call 50-50. But check this ban pick phase. Actually, I would give it to 730. You know, because they got 5 counter attacks from GK side. They actually got a quite high winning rate. It's basically because some brawls happening on the bottom in that riverside, and that allow XYG to do a beautiful counter attack and bring out the game, overturn it.
Well, XYG did play really well. Like at the beginning of the game, they were trying to engage in too many fights, and they were just giving DRG.GK an opportunity to fight back.
Yeah.
But after that, they just understood what they needed to do. Just use Xue as a shield and then just try to take turrets. And after the turrets fell, there was nothing that DRG.GK could have done.
Yeah.
XYG shoot those, and that Huang is going to be the MVP for this game.
He's doing such a great job. Check his positioning. He's always been there. This one, actually, it really surprised me a lot.
Just use his second ability to minimize the damage that can be dealt on him. And then after that, like there's no more damage to deal on anyone else.
And this last team fight, actually, it was GK who wants to do the engagement.
I still don't get why Pong Pong is just jumping in first.
Yeah.
Like he could just have, they're coming in with a holding emblem. They come in, he could have just let Guy did not even use his flash in that last fight. If Guy comes in a holding emblem, uses his flash and puts someone down, okay, now jump in. What for to jump in first? What was Guy's for to jump in there? None.
And you know what's even more fatal? Is that during his way to approach the backliners, he's been slowed down by Ling. Chao Ying's first ability. Slow Lang down. And that's going to be even worse, you know, for him just to dash in.
He tried, he gambled in there, and it was not his best performance. Of that, I'm completely sure. Something that right now the coaches are going to have to think about. Like right now, the performance from DRG.GK and the choices that they made on the BP, that's going to be something that Xue is going to have to reflect on.
Yeah. For GK, they need time to reset themselves because from this matchup, it seems to me like they're quite rushing to something. Yeah. Because like they already got 2 wins in their hands, so maybe they're really rushing to get another win and get to the match point. So like some mistakes may happen during this matchup.
Look at that. Look at the gold line. Like at the beginning, it was all for DRG.GK, right?
Yeah.
Like, they've got the advantage. And then after that, XYG actually understood that they were just falling into GK's trap. Pushed back, started tearing turrets instead of engaging, and then the gold just went up to a 4,000 gold lead all the way into minute 15, 16.
Yeah, XYG like fully utilized this starter strategy, right? Using it wisely, like at every different period, they just use this starter strategy to do different things. Split push or sacrifice foods and win those team fights.
Well, right now it's going to be 2-1 for DRG.GK. Like XYG puts themselves back in the fight. Right now, it's not going to be such an easy combo. It's not going to be such an easy BP for DRG.GK in that next game 4. Now, we're going to have a little break, and then we're going to come back with game 4. Remember, DRG.GK is 2, XYG is 1, and we'll be back after this break. All right, let's move forward. Game 4. It's a 2-1 lead right now for FoShan DRG.GK.
So
they had the opportunity to make it a 3-0 lead. They had the chance.
The only thing that they need to do is take another win, and it's going to be GK's match point. And for XYG, last game, that's going to be a huge achievement for them, because bear such a high pressure, they made it, overcome it, and got the first win for tonight.
I think that the message was clear. If you give me a slight chance, I'm gonna take it. So right now, DRG.GK, they need to come up with a completely different mindset.
Yeah.
Do not allow XYG even the slightest of the chances, because if you do that, it's not gonna end up well for you.
So for GK, they still need to tense up. They're not allowed to lower their guard.
Yes.
Not yet, right? They still need to have another 2 wins that can ensure them to win this whole quarterfinals and qualify to the next semifinals. And for GK, they chose to be the red side for this turn.
Huh. Clearly they have something in their mind, right? They want to be a little bit more reactive depending on what XYG is going to do in this whole BP.
Yeah.
XYG decides to ban the whole Tiếu because they already know exactly how strong that combo can be.
And that's exactly the reason why GK chose to be the red side for this turn. Because even XYG is on the blue side, they need to undertake the Tiếu ban, right? They need to lock Tiếu, they need to lock my Nui. So on the red side, GK can do counter-attack, just like the last matchup.
Gunsun Lee is available.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Gunsun Lee on one side. Let's see how FoShan DRG.GK is going to reply back to that. It might just be Huang and Kai. They get
Kai.
2 of them together. They're going to reply that with a Huang and Kai option.
Again, this matchup is going to be Baisho's showcase. Just like the first matchup, right? By using that Ma Chao. And for XYG, come on, let's do it head-to-head. Mulan versus Guan Yu.
Whenever that you don't have the answer to the problem, just go with your feature heroes. That's it. Just go with your feature heroes and then you'll be fine. Mulan is gonna be Kuxia's most featured hero in this whole match. I'm
now quite excited to see this matchup. Well, to be fair, if we just take a good look at the top laners, we can see from those 1 versus 1, Mulan is gonna win the upper hand. If he do those solo fight against the Guan Yu, because it's a long range, because of the light sword, because of those movement reduction he can down on Guan Yu, allows Kuxia to win the upper hand. And for DRG.GK, they just chose Zhang Liang as the support, trying to suppress.
Yeah, trying to suppress a lot of mobility coming in from both September and Xue, right? So being able just to suppress down one of the 2 of them, it's gonna be Guy's main goal. So they need just to wait for the right moment.
Yeah.
They're gonna lock in DRG as their marksman option.
But still, for DRG.GK, there's something worrying me is that they still need another hero allows them to do some damage. It's totally not enough.
Yeah.
For DRG, because DRG is one of those heroes needs to do constant damage. But in this turn, his setting is going to be quite difficult. Yixing, wow, then DRG.GK, the whole composition requires them to really stand in quite a nice setting, I would say. The positioning matters a lot.
They're gonna. It's again. I do believe that XYG has a better combo than what FoShan DRG.GK has. That's for sure. They've got more options for damage. They do not surround themselves around one core. Xue on that Liu Fang is going to be able to support September in the case that September decides just to start pushing on the lane.
You know, actually.
More options from XYG's combo.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. And even more, like the last two options that they selected, Liu Bang and also Wu Zetian.
Yeah.
It's because they find the logic hiding behind DRG.GK's composition. It has a lot of things to do with this Zhangliang, you know. Those ultimate, the suppression matters a lot. So both Wu Zetian's ultimate and also Liu Bang would allow these people to survive from the suppression. Liu Bang gonna broke his ultimate to run the one who's being suppressed the shield, and Wu Zetian's ultimate allow him to broke Zhangliang's ultimate. You know, like once he found one of his members being suppressed by Zhangliang, that's gonna be the cue for Wu Zetian to use his ultimate.
So, the absolute power, the ultimate from Wu Zetian allows her just to be in any place in the map.
Yeah.
It means that it doesn't need to be right next to the hero that she wants to protect. She can just proc it from anywhere in the map.
Yeah.
And Liu Bang's ultimate as well, the battlefield command, allows him again that ability to be anywhere in the map. So for XYG, it's not gonna be a matter of just those 4-1 combos. Like they can always just be thinking about the numbers advantage regardless of their rotation. Always a numbers advantage.
Yeah, and the only thing that XYG needs to pay attention is that rather it's
minions will arrive in 5 seconds.
Yamato Musashi or Mulan, one of them needs to keep watching on Guan Yu, and that's it. Mission complete.
Mission complete. Nullify that Guan Yu just by knowing exactly where he is.
Yeah.
Just having vision over Bai Shou is gonna allow XYG to win.
Yeah.
All right, let's wait and see. It's a 2-2 opening here in mid lane. Guy with the rotation to top gets the vision on the blue. Realizes that September started from the red.
Is it gonna be a solo kill?
It might not be a solo kill, but it's just extremely difficult. He was not able by Shou to find the right angle just to push him back.
That's experience, you see. Wow, Mulan, when he was in level 1, he's gonna be quite weak.
Yeah.
But, so that's the reason why Xie just stepped forward, trying to take down the minion waves and upgrade to level 2. And Bai Shou, instead of buying that level 2, what he did is just to use his strong period of level 1 to trade down your HP bar. You know, everything matters a lot, you know, from those like...
all those little details, right?
Yeah, matters a lot.
Those are very important. Shudo jumps in and jumps back. Pokes a couple times among Lan and just quickly.
But Shudo 1 just remain on the bottom.
Look at the rotation on top. Pom Pom already in level 4 comes in. September knows that he can take the fight. Bai Shou still on level 3. Rotation 4 people from DRG.GK come in. Xue brought back one more time, taking to 1/3, 1/4 of his HP bar.
DRG.GK did their homework. Like from those brawls happen, like those 1 versus 1 fights we've mentioned about in the first level.
Yeah.
Earn DRG.GK a winning lane on the top, and you see the rotation that GK made for people gathering constantly, you know, 8 on the top and trying to lock down Xue.
Yeah, nobody's caring about Monglan and Xiutou right now.
Yeah,
like it's 4v4 on top lane, and then Monglan and Xiutou are just poking at each other in the bottom.
They're like in totally different places, you know, just like living in paradise.
Living in paradise.
Well, the reason why GK chose DRG is basically because they want to Monglan to play defensively.
Yeah.
The second ability allows him to purify those marks down by Shudo.
A really good counter pick against Gongsun Li.
Yeah. So GK is constantly focusing on top lane.
Look at that, DRG.GK, they want to come in, take an eye on what's going on with this blue buff. It's 4v4. Invincible Warrior is being progged, and now the Razor Cavalry comes in. Miyamoto Musashi is not going to survive. Xue being locked down by Guy. Comes in, he's gonna counterattack, but Bai Shou is gonna take one more kill. Monglan jumps into the fight. Xiho's been taken extremely low. He's gonna fall one more time. 3, 2, 1 trade for DRG.GK.
Whoa, this is a 1-3 trade. And there's actually 3 things I want to highlight during that team fight.
Yeah.
First is the ultimate broke by Qingfeng. Check this replay. The ultimate locked in September and checked by Chao. At this time, he instantly found that Ku Xie dashed into the front line. And there's no way for Ku Xie to escape away from this brawl. So what he did is just use this flash to do a 1-1 trade.
Like he uses the flash to take on one person, but he used the flash to take on Guy.
Yeah, the
He used
support.
the flash to take on support.
Yeah.
Now that flash is not gonna be available anymore. Look at that. Stun, suppress, but Xiho jumps in and supports him with the shield.
And that's the reason we've mentioned about why XYG chose Douban as a support. Protect the one suppressed by Zhang Liang.
Ling has not been able to use his ultimate yet. Oh, look at that. Me talking about it, and then he just decides to go for it. Is that 3?
Our message just be teleported to Shenzhen. Again, the blue buff's gonna be spawned.
And that's it. Like, they understand the meta, right? Like they understand the patch. They know that just controlling this blue, controlling the resources from the other team, Limong and September are gonna be caged in. Pompon's gonna run away. Liu Fan comes in with the battlefield command.
Yeah, exactly the same thing just happened from what happened in 2 minutes. But why
Razor Cavalry coming in, and then he's gonna be suppressed by Guy. He's gonna be taking one. He's gonna take the second one. Kus is trying to survive, but he's gonna be taken down. 3 people from XYG. DRG.GK is game, ladies and gentlemen.
By Shao, this guy is unbelievable. That's why, like, DRG.GK shows such a high priority upon Bai Shao. He's really in his best current status right now.
They did not take well that last defeat. They did not take it well at all. Look at that. Bai Shao comes in from the back. Razor Cavalry. Stunned, suppressed. Nothing could have been done. September cannot find a way out of there. And Kusia is just coming in. Nothing they could have done. Things looking bad for XYG as it's already a 3,000 gold lead. 4,000 gold lead already for FoShan DRG.GK.
Yeah, 4,000 gold lead. And what's more, it's because of those towers that they've been taking down. It allows DRG.GK to have a full vision control, and XYG try to find something back, try to take a kill on Qingfeng.
Oh, look at that. It was suppressed, and then Limong procs his ult just to allow them to get out. Now Pompong is already on the hunt. He knows that he can get on Kusia. Kusia wants to take in. He's going to give it to the turret. He'd rather just give in the kill to the turret than just giving it to DRG.GK's Pompong.
Exactly. He don't want to let Pompong get another kill. XYG, they really try to fight back because they know that they can't just, you know, always play defensively. In this composition, they need to be aggressive because since the time passed by in the late game, DRG.GK is going to have like more priority.
Of course, like DRG.GK right now is just building up to already a 4,000, almost 5,000 gold lead at only 7 minutes of the game. Like we haven't seen this happen in the previous games, right?
True.
It's true, like DRG.GK took 2 victories at the beginning, but they were not like this. This is just gigantic.
Yeah. 4,000 gold lead.
Qingfeng is going to be locked in. The suppress comes in from Guy. The Razor Cavalry puts everyone in, but the damage is not going to be fatal. It's going to be Xiho, the one jumping in. Kusi is going to fall, and it's going to be a 2-1 trade for DRG.GK.
Did you saw Guy how wisely he used his flash to get avoid of those ultimate control down by Limong and use his suppression to offer a constant control. Check this.
Look at poor Qingfeng. He knows that he's the bait, right?
You need to sacrifice. Anyway, check Guy. Flashy. Away from those controls.
Away from everything. Lovely performance by him. And then it's going to be Xihe and Kuxie the ones that fall. Poor Kuxie today, like through all the games, he's the one that has been just taking so much damage.
Yeah, he's quite tortured.
Like he's being tortured right now. Exactly the right word to explain what's happening to him. Like he's playing warriors, right? And in none of these warriors like he has been playing, like none of them has been able to stand for long.
And there's almost 2,000 gold lead goes to Huang Yu, the one who played exactly the same warrior as he's playing right now. And you know, everything now happening in our battlefield, what originated from that level 1 brawl happening on the top. That's the detail. That's what Baisho did. Like everything originated from that.
We need to understand that whenever that you have two teams that they have such a great understanding of the patch, the one thing that's going to happen is early decisions have a very big impact on late game results.
Yeah. Like every movement that they take would have consequences. Everything would be in a series.
Mountain taking to half of his HP, but the two turrets on the mid and bottom, tier 2 turrets are going to fall. Only the high ground is standing in between DRG.GK and their victory.
And because of the gold difference, there's like 6,000 gold lead goes to GK. So this period is going to be quite painful for XYG. They are not able to initiate. The only thing that they can do is trying to clean up all those vanguards on all three lanes and wait for the next movement.
What is Xinfeng doing? One more time, jumps in. Found September, the Howling Emblem jumps in. Everyone's gonna be stunned. Cage, 3 people in, and right now it's gonna be Huang Yu jumping in, trying to deal more damage.
And what even stunning is that Baisho made his way escape from the battlefield. So this is actually a 0-2 trade.
Now Pompon doesn't want to let Ling leave. Guy comes in. Just his ult, suppress him down. 3 people are gonna fall from XYG, 3-0 trade.
Whoa, and from this successful team fight, DRG.GK can get 2 dragons done. Check this one, Baisho steps in, and first the ultimate broke by Yixing. Incredible, cage in 3 people.
Killing spree.
And Baisho made his way out of the battlefield. How on earth would this happen?
Crazy that, and Pompon was a man with a goal, right?
Yeah.
Like he knew that he didn't want Ling Meng to go out. A guy even using his flash.
Using his flash to like get a control of those enemies. And now you see the Shadow Overlords being taken down by DRG.GK again.
And due to the gold advantage they have right now, they know it can go for the Shadow Tyrant even right now.
They've got 7,000 gold lead. That's significant, that's huge, especially for those professional players.
Nothing XYG can do to contest this one. It's going to be DRG.GK, the one that's going to take this one for free.
Yeah. Again, for XYG, the thing they need to do is just like the last round. First, they need to clean up all those vanguards. They can't risk another loss. They can't stand another loss, because if the same team fight just happen again, the same outcome just happen again, XYG is going to be taken down. And that's going to be GK's match point.
Howling Emblem already available for a guy. His flash still needs 10 more seconds and then he's gonna be on. They have a Vanguard coming in the bottom lane, and it's gonna be both mid and bottom, the places where DRG.GK is gonna put the pressure on.
GK wants to manage their waves to take down the high ground towers, and that relies a lot on the ultimate from Yixing. Check his ultimate. That's gonna be the key point.
Boxing people in, it's gonna box too. Pompon jumps in, and right now it's gonna be Huang Yu jumping in as well. September tries to reply back. It's being taken down, imperiled. It's gonna be Pompon taking damage from the crystal, from everyone. Now it's gonna be the Vanguard's in. The crystal's gonna fall. 3, 2, 1. The advantage for FoShan DRG.GK.
And here comes to GK's match point. From this composition, they just utilize it. Everything just happened because of those brawls happened from the very first minute on the top.
Yeah.
And help GK to got this win, and congratulations to GK. Now it comes to their match point. They have got a huge opportunity and a very high winning rate.
They've got already like everything on their side, right? It could have been an even earlier one, but the way that they played in this game, amazing. They just showed that they did not like losing game 3.
True.
They just took it so personal.
Yeah.
Like it's just the same as when you're playing with your brothers, and then your brothers just kind of like do something that makes you feel like, oh, I thought this was a game, and then you just start playing seriously. That's just the feeling that I got from FoShan DRG.GK. They got a super strong combo with Guan Yu and Kai. And Pom Pom played way better than his whole performance in the previous 3 games.
Yeah.
Maybe they just needed to lose that one just to get themselves back in the game. Their heads already back in the competition. XYG, sadly for them, they tried to reply back with Kuxia and Mulan, and it was not for them at all.
Yeah, we can see XYG, they still want to like trust this Mulan. There's no doubt that Kuxia has such a high mechanics on Mulan. But as we've mentioned, GK did their homework. They already predict that you may have Mulan. And what we're gonna do is just to block you on the top lane. And every detail movement that GK did helped them to get the win.
Yeah, from what I can see over here from XYG and the picks that they're having for top laners, they rarely play any tanks. And that is a problem for them. Because if they're going to be playing warriors, because you want to be more aggressive. You know that in the late game, you won't be able to suck in damage. You need to be able to have someone just to be the shield of the team. And if you're always going to be playing on warriors again and again and again, well, you're going to have to end the game earlier than what you're doing right now.
Like if you really want to play those what we call 5 cores or 4 cores playing style, you really have to gain your gold lead or have many resources and win the upper hand, and that will allow you to close out the game.
Let's wait and see what XYG is going to do about this, because right now, FoShan DRG.GK, they only need 1 more game, and they're going to be in the top 4. This game's MVP by show.
This Guan Yu, everything originated from his detailed movement. The first brawl happening on the top, and those big team fight happened on the turret camp. Right? Remember, using the spring, he stepped in, he even make it, escape away from that battlefield.
Insane the way that he just played very aggressive, and he was never being brought down.
Yeah.
Look at this one. Like he jumps in the right moment, and then he forces September against the wall. Just right in there, boom, and then against the wall.
And
done.
you know,
nothing that Shiho could have done with his shield.
Yeah, and instantly he found that Hush is aiming at the black liner. So that's why Bai Shou just keep in, try to block away Kuxi.
Very good performance by him. Look at this one.
Yeah.
He was always in the right places. That's it.
Yeah.
And then Guy, well, I would give 2 MVPs for this game, because the way that Guy played as well, like he was always holding to his ultimate until the last moment, just to deal his ultimate on the right person, not just to whoever that was in front of him, which for a lot of players seems to be an easy out sometimes. You see someone suppress someone. Different way how Guy understood the use of that hero for this game.
And you can see like how clever he is to use his flash, get avoid of those controllability done by Wu Zetian, right? He just used his flash out and fully utilized his ultimate to suppress the right hero. And actually, this reminds me about one thing about those discussions we had during those fan pick phases, is that the only thing that XYG needs to do is to keep watching Guan Yu, right?
That's it.
Miyamoto Musashi or this Mulan, at least one of them needs to keep watching Guan Yu, but they failed to do it. And you see how great performance Bai Shou just showed to us.
If you see the goal, like there was never a moment in the game where XYG had an opportunity to actually turn things around.
Yeah.
Everything starts at the minute 3, and then it starts going all the way until minute 13, when FoShan DRG.GK just took the victory.
Yeah, and actually this goal difference is going to be the biggest difference, the biggest one we've witnessed tonight, right?
And the shortest match we've witnessed today.
Ah, true. And actually, like the line graphic just went smoothly. It's like an upward trend goes to FoShan DRG.GK. So actually, it's going to be quite difficult for XYG right now.
All right, so right now we're going to move into game 5, right? In game 5, this is the moment where the coaches take the spotlight, because things are going to get very, very complicated. That's going to happen right after this short break.
Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time.
All right. Let's go. Let's get this done. FoShan DRG.GK has 3 points already. XYG got only 1. After this game, things are going to be clear. Is it going to be FoShan DRG.GK making it all the way to top 4? Or is it going to be XYG holding right now from the edge of the abyss and with one hand, they're going to push themselves up a little bit more? What is going to happen? What do you think?
For XYG, the situation's quite serious for them.
Yes, it is.
Right? They still need to get at least 2 points to even the game. And also for XYG, we mentioned about like this is their very first time make it to top 8.
Yeah.
So they need to be really tense up and really bulk up. For GK, only 1 point should be needed, and they well made it to semifinals. So the situation is quite different, and for XYG, the only way that I can think about is that they can vie for that Luban Master.
So let's analyze a little bit the psychology behind this last BP for this game.
Good.
It's very simple. XYG has nothing to lose.
Yeah.
So this one, they're just gonna go with everything they have. They're just gonna go, they're not gonna think about like what they could do for game 6. Game 6 might not even exist.
Yeah.
This is game 5. XYG is gonna go with anything that they can take. So Master Lupin would be a good option. Lupin number 7 would be a good option as well. Let's wait and see if they are gonna be able to take them. Master Lupin is gonna be taken away.
That's exactly what I mentioned.
Yeah. But let's see what's there. What are the options of heroes that are still out there?
Well, actually, for GK, they can just take this Atam. And also, Zhang Fei is still available, which means even XYG gonna use this Shenmengxi won't be a big problem for GK.
Okay, so Shenmengxi and Lam. Let me just start taking some notes on what's going in here. So it's gonna be Ata for FoShan DRG.GK, and then XYG is gonna be Lam and Shenmengxi.
That's exactly the same thing that we predicted during that break, right? We thought about XYG may go for this Luban Master, but GK just banned away. But there's no doubt that Shenmengxi and Lam should be taken from XYG. They need those like solid composition, but the only problem is what they're gonna go for their like marksman.
The options for marksman are very limited.
What's gonna be the marksman? Because actually, to me, GK is gonna ban away DRG from the second round of banning phase.
Yeah, they might just want to just get done with this, right?
Yeah, you see?
Not if they don't have DRG in there.
What else? Maybe they will ban away Garo even, you know.
Force them into playing Consort U, probably?
Because compared with Consort U, Garo, you see?
Yeah.
Because Garo's passive.
Forcing them to Consort U or forcing them to Marco Polo.
Yeah, maybe it would be Marco Polo. Because Marco Polo even
could benefit from Atan and Zhang Fei.
Yeah. He won, he would be under pressure on the bottom, but during the team fight, Marco Polo is gonna be great.
Lumber. The option for XYG. Aggressive.
I'm looking for this, you know. Because there's another similarity I want to mention about is both of the junglers on both sides, they can play Chang'e! The first time!
What is going on?
But, you know, actually, I think this is quite a nice choice.
Okay.
Well,
why do you think it's quite a nice choice?
You know, because there's actually a mana ball, you see, like the blue one, right? And those passive from Chang'e, his ability is once you don't have mana ball, you will suffer extra damage dealt by Chang'e.
Yes.
And check those heroes XYG just selected. Marco Polo without any mana ball.
Yeah.
Lianpo without any mana ball. And the same as Shenmengxi.
I have not thought about it from that straight angle. Chang'e is one of those heroes that depend a lot on that blue, right? So that pick of Tigerus allows Chao just to take control of the blue, right? Like they don't need the blue to go to pump up. So that's going to be good for that Chao. Now, why has Chao just left our meta? Why has Chao not been part of this patch? The damage dealt by Chao in this specific patch is not that fatal. It could be, it's not being able just to concentrate, to focus the damage into one hero. So very item dependent.
Yeah, and it relies a lot on her like first ability. And we all know that the first ability, those small balls that she threw out could stun his target. But at the same time, the movement can be quite slow, you know. It's a quite slow ball being thrown out. So for those players, they can easily get away from them.
And if we're in this patch where most of the mid laners are just being used for utility, and Chao just being one of the mid laners that can be a mid laner, it could be a tank. Are we just thinking about just Xingfeng just playing in the same style as he played with Yixiong, just trying to lure them in and try to be the one bait? I don't know.
I don't know too, because Chao, is it like the first time we saw this hero appeared in our tournament?
This 2022 KIC is the first time that we see Chao coming in.
But I do hold my high expectation on this hero because technically it can do a quite great job during those team fight, but it requires a lot on his accuracy.
Forces, move out!
Let's wait and see what's gonna happen. XYG needs to go with everything they have. I see a little bit better of a composition from XYG if I am going to be, if I'm being serious, I'm just gonna be like very sincere with you. XYG's combo looks a little bit better, but for DRG.GK, they know that they have already a 2 games advantage. They might be playing with that as well.
And we can see the first rotation that XYG did is trying to rotate Marco Polo on the top, but the blue buff just being invaded, and also Lambert's flash has been forced out.
They're taking 1, 2, 3 smites.
Yeah.
DRG.GK is taking 3 smites. They are just gonna be camping. They will camp on XYG's jungle.
They're
carrying a tent and just living there.
Yeah, just rob away everything that they see from the field.
Sadly for September, still level 2. He won't be able to make it to 4 for that 1 minute and 45 seconds fight.
And once September's farming pace has been slowed down, it's basically because means that all of those aggressiveness is going to be undermined.
Pong Pong able to jump away with his blue.
Yeah.
Level 4.
He would take this blue buff, but maybe for the next few rounds, he will just give it away to Chao. Mulan just chase up Xiudou, trying to find this laning phase. Quite painful.
Nothing that Xiudou can do in there.
Yeah.
Like he does not have an advantage over there. And then the only thing that Lumber can try to do, Xiudou is gonna have to support him too much.
Yeah.
But if Xiudou is just supporting Xiudou, that opens the doors for the jungle, for DRG.GK to come in with their 3 smites and then just take control of everything. That tyrant is gonna be for DRG.GK. Pump easily comes in and takes control of it.
There's no way for XYG to contest right now. Since September's farming pace have been slowed down and Marco Polo is quite useless in the early game. So for XYG, they have no way but just to hand over all of those resources to GK. Again.
September is gonna have to share the minion waves with poor Kuxie. Kuxie has had such a difficult night.
Yeah.
Like today's evening has been so difficult for Kuxie.
When he's playing warriors, he's being watched on. When he's playing tanks, he needs to share the gold.
Sad man.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what's happening right now. Everyone is just trying to take everything. Like the jungle is totally clean. Look at the mini-map. Yeah. There's nothing that no one can take. Monlan being taken extremely low. Now Xingfeng's gonna appear, but it's a 2 against 1. He's only a level 6 jungler.
Well, actually, this movement that XYG takes is quite smart because of those 2 ultimates broke and just, you know, taking down Monlan's HP bars. Allows XYG do not play reactively on the top.
Ling on that Shenmeng Xi is gonna have to stand tall and really try his best to deal some poking damage. But right now, Xingfeng's jungler is just at least 1,000 gold on top of Ling.
And even we just neglect those gold difference. Yeah. Only those 2 heroes. Oh my god, the flash has already forced out. There's no way for him to get away from this
there. Kush is gonna jump in, trying to save him. It's going to be first blood for Xingfeng.
You see this synergy from their top and mid from DRG.GK side. Force out the flash and combined with this ultimate and check Xingfeng being chasing out by this Wenpo and Kuxie. How he's gonna get away from it?
Oh, Guy comes in with the wild blood in the right moment. The Armageddon is going to push 3 people on air, but then it's gonna be Zico, the one that's gonna run away.
Wow, just relying on these 3 solid frontliners. DRG.GK just squish all those rooms and push XYG, all of those members retreat under their mid tower.
Look at that, Chang already 3,500 gold.
Yeah.
Gigantic advantage in comparison to Ling. He procs his flash too quickly.
Because he never thought about why Ata's gonna be in my blue-sized bushes.
The reaction, like he just reacted on instinct.
Yo, now for XYG, there's
the wave and get out of there.
Yeah, for XYG, there's only one man that we need to put under spotlight. That is Shodo, this Marco Polo. He's gonna be the one to
Pump on air, being taken extremely low. Xuto comes in, but his ultimate is wide. The turret on the bottom is going to fall, but look at the minions on top.
Red team GK is trying to do some trade. Well, you see, like the best advantage that you can gain from this Tideverse is that he can do the split up push.
Yes. But the thing about this combo, the later the game is going to move, the better it's going to be for XYG, I feel like.
Exactly, and that relies on this Marco Polo.
Pushing up to the late game, that's what XYG needs to try to do, because Pong has full control of the jungle right now.
Yeah.
Rash Slam. It's going to be only by show. Huxie needs to replete. Now Xuto trying to control the red buff. He uses his ult to control the buff because he has not been able to take even one. The wild blood pushes back. Mid-lane turret's going to fall.
Such a nice movement by GK. Once they found that all of your members just gathering in that red buff, that's going to be the time for them to take down this mid tower.
Armageddon comes in. They were unable to try to control this blue buff. Pompon comes, takes it easily and hands it over to Xingfeng.
You see, actually there's like level lead and also gold lead goes to the jungler from DRG.GK side. September, he's quite painful.
Really difficult right now for XYZ.
Yeah.
Like none of their players have any advantage right now. Only Xuto can kind of have a little 100 gold advantage compared to Monlan.
Yeah.
But that's nothing. That is not going to be enough if they're going to depend only on Xuto for the late game.
And what's even worse is because for sure, though XYG trying to do something, they want to guard this red buff because Marco Polo relies a lot on this red buff. But you see, like Shodo used his ultimate to take down this red buff twice. Yeah, no way.
It's the only way that you can do it.
Exactly. So after Shodo broke his ultimate, what's gonna follow up? It's gonna be DRG.GK's time to initiate.
5 seconds for the red. Xingfeng uses his ability to check on the bush. 13,000 is going to be 5 people coming in. The Wild Blood takes Yuto out of the battle. He cannot find the right angle. Push is being taken extremely low. Look at that. He finds the moment, jumps in. He's going to take on 1. Can he take on 2?
He can.
Can he take on 3? Monlan comes back. And Monlan is the one that is going to win the fight.
This is a 1-2-2 trade. Oh, those marksmen, they really fight till the last.
Look at that, like he tries. Like he cannot take control of that.
And he's
the
winning.
Armageddon and the Wild Blood at the same time, and Yuto being pushed out of it. DRG.GK just used so many abilities on Kuxie though.
And the thing is that check the positioning that GK had. Everyone was gathering in that small bear camp. So that gives Shoto a cue that using his ultimate can maximize his
Yes. Taking down Monlan and Pompong in that fight could have been the great reward for XYG.
Yeah, this would be totally different.
Sadly for him, it did not happen.
But actually, that's something worth mentioning is that, just like what you said, the later the game is, XYG is going to win the upper hand because of the Marco Polo. He still needs some items,
No,
like they break up.
In the moment that those Succubus cloak are gonna start showing up, like in the moment that we start seeing some magical defense items, then Xingfeng is not going to be that huge a threat.
Yeah.
But right now, it's not. There's no answer to Xingfeng. Kuxie is going to be the first one with the Succubus cloak.
And also, like for GK, there's something, like the weakness of this composition just show up. There's no burst damage can be dealt from the comp that GK selected. They need to constantly do this team fight and just sort of, use Changlu, Ata, and also Zhang Fei, those 3 frontliners to create a quite comfortable setting for Monlan to do the constant damage.
What is Yuto doing? Like he's been standing on that same bush already for a little while. It's been too long time. Did not clean the wave. Tried to wait for the Q. That Q never happened.
GK wants to take this Shadow Tyrant.
Sihe cannot contest it. They don't have the numbers right now. They're gonna jump in.
But just being
the dragon's gonna re-aggro one more time. It's just the stun that comes in from Changlu is so slow.
That's the reason why he's not quite like prevalent in this matchup. One of the reasons.
There's so many other heroes that have a better way to control.
Well, but the best news for Changlu is that you see actually in the early game he can gain this priority and also vision control compared to Shimongxi. Shimongxi does damage leverage on enemies. Usually it would cause a huge poking damage, but not to Changlu.
Has been defeated.
Dark Tyrant is gonna go for DRG.GK right now. They're trying to solidify their 5,000 gold advantage. 12 minutes of the game, this is the moment for them to try to push. Bangers are ready on bottom lane to try to push even deeper into the XYG's heart.
Manage of those minion waves matters a lot because it's not enough for GK just have those gold leads but do nothing.
Chang puts in. The stun is going to be wide. Dragons are extremely healthy. Nothing that they could have done to try to do some damage, but the dragon's still extremely healthy. This is good news for DRG.GK. 2 of them, the bangers come in. And right now the battle to protect the high ground starts. The kitty bombs jump. No one from DRG.GK is going to be able to jump into the players, but the turret is defenseless and it's going to fall.
Oh, that's what we call wave management, and GK just wisely used those vanguards spawning on the bottom and successfully take down this high ground tower, which XYG, they're trying to fight back.
Trying to fight back, nothing that they could have done in there. Guy is still holding to his ultimate.
Yeah.
Very, very, very carefully.
XYG relies so much on Marco Polo, you know, so they're really under huge pressure right now.
That red is gonna be for Pseudo. Good news for him finally.
But Kusi's may gonna sacrifice using flash out of those ultimate. Thanks to this flash.
Look at how many abilities they need to use in order to allow Marco Polo just a red buff.
Yeah.
We're not talking about anything. We're just talking about a red buff. Not even the opponent's red buff, your own.
Yeah. But we can also, like, from the other side, we can see, like, how many damage down put on Kusi, but didn't get him down. That's gonna be the biggest weakness for those compositions that GK has. There's no burst damage.
There's no burst damage from anyone.
So, in another word, if XYG, their frontliners, Lambert and Lianpo, they can stand enough time for Shoulder to do those output, maybe will gain them the chance to win those engagements.
5,300 gold for Lianpo and 4,700 gold for Lumber. Standing long doesn't seem an option right now.
Yeah.
Pom Pom already on 10,400 gold, fully stacked.
And for XYG, they're waiting for this Daybreaker.
Waiting for the Daybreaker. Can they survive this next wave? Because it's going to be two bangers coming in. The Kitty Bombs jump, taking that Dragon very low, but now they need to rotate to top because there's still one more in there.
XYG, they can guard this Vanguard, but there's the strongest Vanguard is just going to follow off.
Shadow Banger coming in on top lane.
They're succeeding attacking pace and let XYG being so painful and torturing.
It's gonna be two dragons coming in. This is gonna be the moment for DRG.GK to seal their ticket to the top four. What are you gonna do? Kusi trying his best. The Armageddon comes in, trying to clean. There's gonna be the fight over there next to Crystal. Pom Pom's gonna take down Kusi. Right now it's going to be Marco Polo jumps in. Trying to take on two, trying to take on three. It's gonna be only Team Fon, the one standing. Ling wants to clean this man. Wants to get the kill. September jump. It's going to be clean. The Super Minions. The Crystal, ladies and gentlemen.
They need to pull those minion waves out of those crystals, but Limo's being taken extremely low. September needs to undertake the responsibility, but after all, XYG did it. 3 versus 5. They did a 3-5 trade.
Look at the replay. Everyone just pushed in. They just jumped into the crystal too early. And they were taking damage from the crystal at the same time as they were taking damage from the heroes.
And Marco Polo, you see Shoto, this ultimate. Whoa, that's incredible. That's insane.
All right, triple kill over there for Pseudo.
Quadra
kill. Imagine that.
Kill. Oh.
He can only move his head slowly left to right because he knows that they pushed too deep, too early on that one. Red buff is not gonna be for Pseudo. Bad news for him. 40 seconds until the next Overlord.
Yes. And now we can see the gold difference. Actually, it becomes like 3,000. XYG, they really did such a nice counter-attack. But still, they still need to be careful since they are facing such a huge pressure on all of those three lanings.
They do not have any high ground turrets.
Nothing to lose right now, right?
10 seconds for the next Shadow Overlord. XYG cannot leave that one free.
Yeah. Like in this situation for XYG, they have nothing to lose.
Oh, the Howling Emblem jumps in. Immobilized. The Armageddon jumps out at the same time. Look at that. Xiutou is extremely healthy. He's trying to fight. Jumps in with the ultimate. But Pompon's going to reply back. Look at that. It's going to be September, the one that is still alive.
Exactly the same time after Xiutou break his ultimate, trying to do those execute, he's been stunned and the ultimate has been broke. So from this team fight, DRG.GK can get done this Shadow Overload.
They get the Shadow Overload. They were decisive in there. Jump in, the flash. The Armageddon is not accurate, but Xiutou was able just to deal so much damage. Sadly for them, the damage was all sucked in by Xiu.
Whoa, you can't imagine. Like, do you know who stunned Marco Polo at that time? It's Qingfeng's first ability. We call that slow ball.
The lunar smash.
Yeah, he just used that slow ball and shut down that ultimate. Or otherwise, this thing's gonna be overturned by XYG. Anyway, XYG still wants to keep trying. As we've mentioned, there's nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose, and right now Marco Polo's damage is already online.
Exactly.
This is what they wanted to do. They wanted to force the game to the 20 minutes mark for the Tempest Dragon.
And it's finally being their time to show off.
It is their time. They need to control the Vanguards at the same time that they need to be taken about the Tempest Dragon. That's going to be a very big task. Huge ask for them.
GK is playing quite cautious.
They're trying to find September.
September.
Forcing the fight to start. Zico puts two people on air. The damage does not follow. Xiutou is being spotted by Pompom. It's going to be Kuxie, the one that's going to fall first. Guy still has hold of his ultimate. This is going to be bad news. 35 seconds for XYG to be able to level this to 5v5.
Yeah, so in this turn, it's gonna be the best chance for DRG.GK to take down this Tempest Dragon. They know after if they take down this Tempest Dragon, the winning rate gonna raise up to 80%.
But the super minions already in the base.
Oh, so actually all those members have been distracted.
Zico is going to fall. Nothing they can do right now. It's gonna be the Tempest Dragon gonna fall in DRG.GK's hands.
And what's even worse is even XYG sacrificed Kuxie. They can't guard that red buff for Xiutou. 20 minutes.
Going from bad to worse right now for XYG. They're trying their best just to stand one last time.
Yeah.
But look at that, 70 seconds of that real damage, the lightning falling from the skies, trying to shatter the dreams from XYG to make it into the top 4. Tempest Bangers coming in from 3 different lanes, and they're gonna hit the high ground almost at the same time. First one comes in the mid.
GK, they're trying to do their fatal strat, aiming to the semifinal. The Vanguard.
Pompom being taken back, Kuxie being taken extremely low, but the real damage still 30 seconds more.
Oh!
Guy's gonna have to poke his ability. Pompom is still alive. It's going to be Xiutou, the one that is gonna fall. He won't stand. Right now it's gonna be DRG.GK, the ones that have control. The dragons from the crystal. It's gonna be a game for FoShan DRG.GK.
Congratulations to DRG.GK. They won another game with such a high superiority. Everyone's cheering for this team because we all know that DRG.GK, they made their way. They've been so many ups and downs, and finally, there's gonna be their time to showcase.
DRG.GK coming in and making it in the way that they've already made it so many different times, all the way until top 4. That is no new position for them. DRG.GK victorious in here. And for these 5 people, that's gonna be the end of the road, at least for this 2022 KIC.
Yeah, thanks for their performance. They really did a great job in our tournament. But this is competition. This is rivalry. There's only one winner during every matchup.
For XYG, it's a very interesting story, right? Because imagine one day you're there with your friends, you're there with your 5 friends, and you decide to become a professional esports player.
Yeah.
You start working, you start playing, you start doing your best. Practice day and night, day and night, day and night. You get better. You understand that the only way that you can become an esports athlete is by getting into tournaments. So you guys create a club, and you guys work from the base, day and night, grinding 10 hours, 11 hours, 12 hours. And then you make it to the national tournaments. And then you make it to the second level leagues. And then you make it to the top level leagues. And you make it to world championships. And you make it to top 8. Imagine that. That is the story of XYG. A story that a lot of people need to understand. 5 people, 5 friends, 5 human beings, that they had a dream, worked for that, and they performed at the best level today on this platform. Sadly for them, that's going to be the end of the journey for them in this 2022 KIC. But for sure, it's not going to be the end of their story.
I'm wondering, like 2 years ago, these 5 young men, they rose up from the domestic tournament. At that time, 2 years ago, they would never imagine that they were standing on this, the highest level of Honor of Kings, like whole series, right? Standing on the stage. They do show us their best performance, and I'm really looking forward to their future play. And to their opponents today, FoShan DRG.GK.
Yeah.
I feel so happy for GK, you know.
I'm very happy for both of them. You know? I'm very happy for DRG.GK because a lot of people sometimes just talk about FoShan DRG.GK as they are always falling in top 4.
Yeah.
That's what they always say. Like DRG.GK, they're a top 4 team. They're not a champion team.
Yeah.
But then when you start thinking about that, FoShan DRG.GK is just such a stable team that top 4 is the minimum requirement for them. A lot of people dream to make it to top 4. And for them, top 4 is just minimum requirements. And they are here, not playing with anyone's feelings, just they promised top 4 and top 4 it is right now. Are they gonna make it to the finals? Are they gonna be able to make it one more time to top 2? Will this be the year that they are able to take the trophy with them back home? That's gonna be a story for a different day.
Yeah. GK, they have been criticized a lot during the whole series, during the whole tournament. Again, like these 5 members from FoShan DRG.GK, these 5 young men, they've been played together for over 2 years.
Yeah.
Imagine like when you're playing those professional games, actually a lot of rotation may happen. But for these 5 members, they've created such a tight bond and made their ways all along to all those finals or semifinals, but they were so close to that trophy every time, just one step away from that trophy. So actually they've been criticized a lot, and for this time, for this tournament, last time in 2021 KIC, they won the runner-ups.
Yep.
Well, this tournament, this time gonna change. Is there another chance for them? They will, you know, put all their effort, just go for that trophy.
The chances are out there. Of that, I'm completely sure.
Yeah.
Besides game 3 today, that for me, they just handed in a victory easily for XYG in terms of BP. Besides that, all the other performances were really organized. Rarely they were put against a wall or against a corner. They had control of the game. They have control of the decisions. When they had to defend, they defended. When they needed to attack, they attacked. FoShan DRG.GK just showing us why they are always top 4. Now, if you want to make the leap from top 4 to top 2, and even if you want to make the leap to taking the trophy with you, you need to understand that little mistakes have a huge impact on that trophy.
Sure. Every
Let's see.
second matters a lot. Qingfeng, Chang'e got another MVP. Wow, today there's 4 wins in GK.
Yeah.
And Qingfeng got 3 MVPs.
3 MVPs for Qingfeng. When they chose this Chang'e, I had my doubts, right? I had my doubts because XYG was coming up with everything they got. But the 3 smites, I think that was the clear idea. It was not actually about the hero itself. The 3 smites strat, they come in and then they slow down the jungler. They slowed down Lamb so much that there was nothing that Lamb could have done. They had to push the game all the way until the minute 22 for this to actually happen. And look at Qingfeng in this one. Waits for the right moment and he's the one that gets rid of that Marco Polo.
Several times. The one happened before that Tempest Dragon cam. He used his first ability to broke the ultimate down by Shoto. And the last team fight, he just did an insta-kill on this Marco Polo.
It was his goal in there. He just needed to do that. Following him in. First ability followed by ultimate. It was not an insta-kill, and at the end Marco Polo stood up one more time, but that gave enough time for his teammates to just come around and deal with the rest of the players.
Qingfeng recently, especially like for this tournament, he's really in his like best status, you see. Like every time he using this utility mage just dealt immense damage to leverage his AoE on like several enemies again and again. Just, you know, those preceding damage dealt by Qingfeng allows DRG.GK to get such a beautiful victory.
Well, for them, now Qingfeng is going to be taking the spotlight. I believe that Monglan, Guy, Peng Peng, and Baishou at the same time, they had great performances, but at the end of the day, it was Qingfeng the one that carried the team throughout this whole 4v1 victory against XYG. For XYG, this is just the end of this tournament. There's still things coming up. It was the first time that they made it to top 8, so we need to respect that detail. We need to respect the fact that in terms of XYG's short history, this is the furthest that they've made it in a tournament. So, what about that? What about if we just show XYG the fact that they made it to top 8, they fell against the best DRG.GK that we've seen in a while. XYG never put their hands down. Even in this last game, I believe that they just went all in without thinking about a game 6. They just went in for everything they could take on this game 5.
Like for XYG, they really showed a great performance, but it seems like there's still a lot of things need to be improved.
Oh no, I agree. Don't misunderstand me. I do believe that XYG is top 8. So can they make it to top 4? There's still a little bit distance between them and the top 4. That's for sure.
Then what about we just have an interview, with one of those members from XYG, and let's see who's going to be with us. Hello， 9月，先来和大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 XYG 9月。
其实看到你们今天的表现已经是非常不错了，但是非常可惜，没有最后赢下这个大局比赛的胜利啊。对于你们而言的话呢，今天可能没有做好的一些地方，可能是在哪里呢？
就是可能输多了，然后就打得不好，就是自己打得不好。
Okay. So the first question, what's the reason that XYG didn't make it to the next stage? And September said that it's because they lost several times, so it seems like they can't offer the best performance for themselves. 但是其实在第3局的时候，看到你们当时的那个大乔其实玩的还是非常不错的。在前中期当时没有能够打开节奏的情况底下，最后是怎么样的沟通，然后完成了那个翻盘呢？
就慢慢运营吧，然后就我们中期打团很厉害，就慢慢打，后期就好打了。
But like the second question is actually they did quite a good performance during the game 3 by using this data strategy, the composition, and how did they communicate during that matchups? And September said like it's because they know that they're quite late gaming playing style, so they just take it easy, and after operating they got that victory. 那其实。这一次的话呢 ，XYG 也是给到了我们非常多很惊喜的表现了。那接下来的休赛期也是会比较的久，对于你们来说，可能在哪些方面会再去着重做一下调整，然后来给我们带来更加精彩的表现呢？
就每个人多加深一下英雄池吧，然后多加强一下自己英雄的熟练度、稳定性。
Okay, so the last question is actually it's going to be the off season for XYG. So what kind of adaptation they would make during that off season? And September said it's basically they would focus more on to have a deeper hero pool, and also they want to be more stable and wants to improve their mechanics during the off season. 那还是非常感谢 XYG 给我们带来了这么精彩的表现的，在世冠期间，希望你们好好调整，期待下一次见到更加好的你们。
好的。
Thanks for sharing, and that's for our interview with XYG. And we do hope that XYG can perform better in the future and trying to give us a better performance. 谢谢9月，非常谢谢你。
It was nice. It was nice to hear. Like he pointed out something important. He said, "Deepen up your hero pool."
Yeah.
And that is true. I do believe that XYG, there are some strategies, there's some compositions that they're not still like very good at. There's still some strats, some comp that they were not able to take out. Being able just to get more heroes is going to allow you to be more versatile. Sometimes the patch is going to change and it's going to favor mid laners. It's going to favor specific features in different heroes. The fact that September just comes in and he said like, well, we got to work on our hero pool. I agree. It's a great start. Start playing on those heroes that right now they might not seem meta, because when they're going to be meta, you won't have the time to work on them.
Yeah.
Opportunities are just there for those who are prepared. So what about if they just start preparing right now, so when the opportunity is going to be out there, they can just catch it and not let it go. I'm really looking forward to see XYG in the next tournaments. I want their story to have a great ending. Yeah. I don't want XYG's story just to finish in that. The team who came from nothing to everything, but were not able to take a championship. I am rooting for them. I root for that story to finish with an amazing chapter. Right now, this is just one more chapter in their story. Their story still goes. As long as those 5 people are together, anything could happen.
Yeah, and we all know that these 5 young men, they're not afraid of all those challenges.
Yeah.
They already made their ways, made their journeys to KIC, right? So we are really looking forward to XYG's future play. And we like mentioned about those hero pools, actually there's some questions I want to ask with one of those members from GK. And let's see who's going to be with us.
Let's check.
Hello, 百兽，先来和大家打招呼吧。
Hello, my name is FoShan DRG.GK 白手。
Hello, nice to see you again. The first question is actually it's quite rare to have this Chao and Agudo for game 1. Is there any special reason for you guys to take that composition for game 1? 那其实我们看到今天一上来就给百兽拿到了这个马超阿古朵的这个体系嘛，然后其实没有那么常见的。今天是有特地做什么样的一个准备吗
？Today 没有准备。
Okay, so actually there's no preparation. They just go for it. All right, so well, now things going to be a little bit difficult. Actually, the last game you chose like Chang'e for Qingfeng, and that may be something to do with their hero pool. And there any like preparation that you did for that game? 那我们看到最后一局，其实当时清风是拿到了嫦娥嘛，这个其实是你们队内提前做好的一些准备呢，还是说就是针对到这一次的这个版本变化，有做英雄池上的一些扩充呢？
No.
No.
Today, 临时上的。
It's just like a temporary idea, right? To just go for it. Okay, so like last time you mentioned like you want to go for that 4强, right? You want to go to that top 4. So what's gonna be the next goal? Please share with us. 那上一次你说到想要去这个 4强嘛，对吧？那下一个目标是什么呢？
Number 2.
Number 2, is that over? Okay, we're just expecting for the runner-up. Okay, step by step. Thanks for sharing, Bai Shou. Really looking forward to your future play and for your next English interview. Thank you. 感谢百秀接受我们的采访。
I love the way.
Yeah.
Bye.
I love the way how Bai Shou just comes in and he just improves his English every single time.
Yeah.
I imagine that if they make it to the finals, that man is going to be ready for going for level 8 English test.
True. Like this is not only going to be the tournament for all those players to improve their mechanics or whatever. And also, it's going to be the best choice for them to learn some English.
I'm really looking forward that one day we can just invite Bai Shou and there's going to be a 3 people cast.
Oh, finally!
It's going to be you, me, and Bai Shou, and then Bai Shou is going to be telling us what he made from Bay, how he's going to be try to do better.
Yeah, he's going to be our guest, right?
I love it.
Like 3 men doing like those costing. He's going to be sitting in the mid.
Sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bai Shou, for always coming in and bringing us just what this needs to be. Like whenever that you win, you need to be happy.
Yeah.
It is important for FoShan DRG.GK to enjoy the moment because they can enjoy tonight. In a couple days, they're gonna have a great challenge. They're gonna be facing one more step if they want to move into the finals.
Yeah.
4-1 is the result for today, but can they make it into semifinals with the same result? We still don't know.
Because we can see from the draw,
Yeah.
actually their opponents, neither it would be Beijing Weibo
Or
nor
Chengdu
it
AG.
would be Chengdu AG.
It's going to be a completely different thing, right? And look at that. That's going to be our bracket right now. We have FoShan DRG.GK. They're going to be playing on the 25th. And then E-Star Pro is going to be playing on the 24th. Their opponents are still to be determined. Tomorrow, we're going to be determining the first semi-final.
Yeah.
It's going to be one E-Star Pro against either Chongqing Wolves or Nanjing Hero.
And this is going to be the matchup for tomorrow. These 2 teams, Chongqing Wolves, we can have some like previous things, right, to these 2 teams.
All right.
Like Chongqing Wolves, they already showed us their dominance,
yes,
right, in the previous series. And for Hero, it's quite a surprise for their fans, you know, to make it to top 8. And we do hope that those ban pick faces, especially done by Jojo, would be something refreshing and different.
It's going to be a very big challenge for Chongqing Wolves, right? I know like a lot of people believe that they have the upper hand and they have a better option to win this whole thing. But when you're playing against Nanjing Hero, you never know. You never know.
Yeah.
Come on. They are the house. They are the farm of most of the professional players that we have right now. They are the esports academy. So I'm totally sure that they will come tomorrow with something that they learned during that academy time. And with Master Jojo in there, it's going to be a difficult challenge for Chongqing Wolves.
Yeah, I just can't wait for those matchups going to have tomorrow. So please stay with us. That's going to be fascinating.
All right, it's going to be fascinating. For today, it's going to be all. We have nothing else to say to you more than good night. I hope that everyone's got a good rest. And tomorrow we'll be back with Chongqing Wolves against Nanjing Hero. I'm your caster, Isaac Pena.
I'm your caster, Nora.
Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.